Chapter 1828. When Xiaochen opened his eyes again, for hours had already passed. Big brother, you're finally awake. When Yan Chen saw Xiaochen open his eyes weakly, he revealed a joyful smile. He said, "You have no idea how dangerous it was earlier. The sovereign personages of the three great demonic Dao sects are all here. Fortunately, they did not sense our presence." This made sense. Many holy venerates chose to leave because their sect's sovereign personages were about to charge over. Xiao Chen smiled bitterly and said, "It looks like I have to thank you. Otherwise, we would not have been able to survive in the hands of a sovereign personage." Yan Chen smiled awkwardly and said, "There's no need to thank me. The merits and demerits offset each other. Big brother Xiao, don't blame me for patting your shoulder earlier. Don't mention it, or I'll beat you up." Hiss! Xiao Chen was just about to move his body, but he didn't expect that he would move his whole body. He was in so much pain that he sucked in a deep breath. His bones were all broken, and he couldn't move at all. Now he was lying on the stone pillar. He could only open his eyes and close his mouth to speak. Yan Chen hurriedly said, "Big brother, be careful. I just took a look. Your injuries are rather severe. Your bones seem to have been refined into dragon bones, making it harder for them to recover than ordinary people. What was more serious was that his 5 viscera and 6 bowels were shattered, and his blood and qi were weak. If not for his brother's extraordinary physique, he would have died long ago. Speaking of which, why am I completely fine? Really?" Yan Chen rambled on endlessly. However, he did not notice that when he looked up he happened to meet Xiao Chen's murderous gaze. He quickly smiled apologetically and said, "It's my fault. It's my fault. If I don't blame you, who should I blame? If it weren't for your slap, the dragon bone wouldn't have been damaged. After a while, he would be able to recover. After recovery, the blue dragon bloodline could be produced in his bone marrow, and his internal organs would slowly recover. Everything was not a big problem. And he still had the cheek to say that he was fine? If I didn't carry you on my back, how could I be fine?" Xiao Chen had never been so unlucky before. He was so injured that he couldn't even move. He couldn't even take out the healing pills from his storage ring. If this continued, his injuries would continue to worsen, forming a vicious cycle. He might really have to give up his life here. When it came to life and death, Xiao Chen had always been very open-minded. Anyone would find it hard to accept such an outcome. It could only be said that life and death were up to fate, and riches and honor were up to the heavens. Xiao Chen sighed softly, expelling all the grievances in his heart. "Big brother, why are you sighing?" Yan Chen asked, finding it strange. He still could not make out Xiao Chen's current state. Xiao Chen leaned against the stone pillar and smiled casually. "Let's not talk about this. Speaking of which, why did you come back? Didn't I chase you away back then?" Yan Chen scratched his head and said, "At that time, I felt that something was off. I felt that Big Brother's tone was somewhat off. When I returned, I happened to hear your conversation with that person. Only then did I realize that you let me go on purpose." "I see." Xiao Chen suddenly understood. That was good too. He didn't have to explain himself. Yan Zhe was too difficult to deal with. With the little monk's intelligence, he might be tricked into becoming Yan Zhe's fighter. However, it was hard to say if Yan Zhe could bear the little monk's luck. Thinking about himself, Xiao Chen felt helpless. The two chatted casually. Trapped in this place, they could not do anything else. As they chatted, Xiao Chen understood many things. Why did the inheritance demonic mirror take the initiative to fly to the little monk back then? It was because the little monk had many sins on him. The number of people he had killed was even greater than Xiao Chen's. That was why the demonic mirror took the initiative to fly to the little monk's hand. Normally speaking, those with such horrifying sins were either major figures of the demonic Tao or ferocious demonic beasts. Yet the little monk lived like that without a care in the world. This was truly an anomaly. The little monk was indeed very strong. However, the price for his extraordinary strength was enormous. Bad luck accompanied him for life. It was as his master had said. The little monk was born with great luck. Or rather, it could be said that he used up all the good luck in his life. The senior and junior brothers in the temple all knew about the little monk's matters. They were definitely unwilling to interact with him. Wherever he went, he would get into trouble for no reason, inevitably blaming himself. If it were an ordinary person like the little monk, they would definitely be extremely reclusive. It would be easy for them to become extreme existences and end up in tragedy. Fortunately, the little monk had a very good master. His master kept smiling and telling Shaoqin that he was the Buddhist sect's fortune. Furthermore, his mental state was rather open and optimistic, allowing him to live until now without a care in the world. After chatting for a long time, a medicinal pill appeared in Shaoqin's palm with a thought. Then he got the little monk to feed it to him. Without a high-grade medicinal pill, the injuries on his body would not be able to heal at all. Shaoqin could only barely alleviate some of the pain. The crucial thing was how to heal the dragon bones. Only then could he treat the root of the problem. Otherwise, he would never recover. Oh, right, I have something for you. Shaoqin recalled that among the 8 supreme treasures, there was a soul tool, a kasaya. The little monk received it joyfully. Then he exclaimed in shock, "This is a soul tool. However, I can't use it. My cultivation is not high enough to wear a kasaya." "Can't use it? That's good. I can save some money. After all, it is a soul tool. If I exchange it, I can obtain many things." "Hee. However, my master can use it." "Thank you, big brother Shao." The little monk quickly put away the kasaya, not standing on ceremony. Shaoqin smiled embarrassedly and said, "That's fine. Let me ask you one more thing. Was the saber technique you used earlier the Mahamaya abstinence violation saber technique?" "That's right. Big brother Shao, how did you know?" Indeed, the one in the little monk's hand should be an incomplete one. However, if Shaoqin exchanged it with the little monk, he wondered if he would violate the Buddhist sect's rules. "Truth be told, I also have an incomplete manual and practiced 3 of the moves." Shaoqin answered honestly. When the little monk heard that, he rejoiced. Indeed, the heavenly book scholar said that I would definitely run into a great fortuitous encounter in this ash-gray sea's myriad star mountain. It turns out that it was true. Big brother Shao, are you willing to exchange the incomplete manual with me? Shaoqin was still feeling awkward, wondering how he should bring it up. Who knew? The little monk did not mind at all. "Speaking of which, aren't you violating the Buddhist sect's rules by being so direct?" The little monk smiled and said, "I've broken too many precepts. I can't be bothered to count. Now that I think about it, aside from lust, I've broken almost all of them." Shaoqin said softly, "That's good. I have the same thought as well. However, we will discuss this after I recover from my injuries." At the mention of his injuries, Shaoqin could not help feeling helpless. All the bones in his body were shattered. He could not move at all, like he was paralyzed. The little monk was right. If not for Shaoqin's extraordinary physique, he would already be a dead man. Shaoqin could not think of a good way to recover at the moment. If he were outside, he could seek treatment from a famous doctor. With corresponding medicinal pills, he would be able to recover after lying in bed for half a year or even a year. However, he clearly did not have such conditions here. Actually, Shaoqin should rejoice. Even holy venerates died when they fell. He was already very fortunate to be alive. "You are really stupid. This is the best place to treat your injuries. What are you thinking about?" Just at this moment, a voice suddenly rang out in Shaoqin's mind, making him feel joy. The blood-soaked Dragon Emperor. "You are finally willing to show yourself." Shaoqin had said long ago that the next time they met would be the day he broke through to Star Venerate. After breaking through to Star Venerate for so long, Shaoqin had nearly died several times. "I also want to show myself. However, do you think that I will not exhaust your life force if I show myself?" I am a remnant soul attached to you, relying on you to exist. In your current state, I really do not dare to casually appear. In the past, you were at your peak. Exhausting a little is nothing. Now, if I casually exhaust a little, you might fall on the spot. Xiao Chen had not thought of this. He said softly, let's get back to business. Why is this place the best place to treat injuries? Haha, this place is filled with heart force. To think that you managed to find this place with the Scarlet Blood Pirate King's physical body. This is really surprising. Heart force. It's heart force again. I'll teach you a method to use the heart force of this place to stimulate the damaged dragon bones in your body. When your physical body recovers, I'll explain to you what heart force is. Chapter 1829. Xiao Chen opened his eyes and glanced at Yan Chen, who was beside him. Little monk, go and take a look around. There might be some fortuitous encounters in this place. Fortuitous encounter? That makes sense. This place is filled with heart force. Perhaps we can find the secret to comprehending heart force. Yan Chen thought for a while and nodded. Then he said, in any case, there is nothing else. Even if there is no fortuitous encounter, it is good to see if there is an exit. In that case, Big Brother, stay here first. After Yan Chen went far away, the blood-soaked Dragon Emperor's playful laughter rang out in Xiao Chen's heart. Must I wait for this monk to go far away before I can start? The blood-soaked Dragon Emperor disdained the so-called body of misfortune. However, Xiao Chen could not be more cautious. Unable to explain too much, Xiao Chen changed the topic. Let's begin. You can tell me the method now. After a while, a profound incantation appeared in Xiao Chen's mind. This was the blood-soaked Dragon Emperor telling him how to use the heart force in this place to treat his injuries. The incantation looked incredibly profound. However, after comprehending it, Xiao Chen discovered that the principle was incredibly simple. It was like absorbing the spiritual energy of the world. However, spiritual energy needed to be absorbed by the dantian into the body. The absorption of heart force depended on the heart. While it sounded very profound, the blood-soaked Dragon Emperor used an extremely simple method. This was because his method was not truly absorbing heart force. It was just absorbing heart force into the body to treat Xiao Chen's injuries. It was not truly possessing and controlling heart force. Xiao Chen's current cultivation and comprehension ability were far from sufficient to grasp heart force. Even if it were sufficient, it was not something that could be comprehended in a short time. By the time Xiao Chen comprehended it, his injuries would have already worsened, and he would no longer show any signs of life. Hence, the blood-soaked Dragon Emperor's method was very special and ingenious. Following the blood-soaked Dragon Emperor's instructions, Xiao Chen continuously emptied his mind. As Xiao Chen recited the incantation, his thoughts drifted. The soul in his soul pool swayed like a candle flame on the verge of being extinguished at any moment. Slowly, Xiao Chen entered a wondrous state. He was on the verge of sleep, but did not have any thoughts. His consciousness drifted like a dead person. However, he could truly feel his thoughts. Xiao! Suddenly, the souls in his soul pool went out like candlelight. The entire soul pool turned pitch black. The blood-soaked Dragon Emperor, who was hidden in the 9-star primal core, formed a profound hand seal. Xiao Chen's limp body floated up like a sponge in water. The originally formless heart force in the world transformed into thin halos of light that surrounded the surroundings. As the blood-soaked Dragon Emperor continuously formed hand seals, the invisible light continuously poured into Xiao Chen's body and then flowed out. It was like clean water washing away dirt. However, at this moment, it was using the most mysterious force in the world to help Xiao Chen clean the wounds in his body. Under the influence of the heart force, Xiao Chen's shattered dragon bones slowly fused back together. The blood-soaked Dragon Emperor gently blew out a mouthful of pure scarlet dragon qi, and Xiao Chen's mended bones immediately stabilized. After the blood-soaked dragon emperor blew out this mouthful of pure dragon chi, his figure weakened even further. While the blood-soaked dragon emperor said that he was using his heart force to treat Xiao Chen's injuries, in reality, the blood-soaked dragon emperor himself was the one doing the actual work. The most important thing was still that mouthful of scarlet dragon chi. However, there was no need to tell Xiao Chen about all this. The blood-soaked dragon emperor looked at the demonic chi veritable essence energy and spiritual energy veritable essence energy in the essence movement pill. His expression appeared uncertain, thinking about something. Xiao Chen had asked him why he had not appeared after breaking through to Star Venerate. The blood-soaked dragon emperor did not tell Xiao Chen the true reason. Turning into a demonic chi, is this an unavoidable fate for all the experts of my blue dragon race? I hope that you are luckier than me. The blood-soaked dragon emperor shook his head and stopped thinking about it. Then he continued to focus on using his heart force to treat Xiao Chen's injuries. For hours were enough. The shattered bones in Xiao Chen's body had already fused back together, and his dragon bones had recovered. The rest was not a big deal. By relying on the strong recovery ability of the dragon race bloodline, Xiao Chen's internal injuries would heal quickly. The blood-soaked dragon emperor stopped, and the surrounding light screen vanished. Xiao Chen's hovering body slowly descended. Big brother, there really is a fortuitous encounter. The unconscious Xiao Chen opened his eyes and saw the little monk rushing over to Xiao Chen in wild joy. Without saying a word, the little monk tried to carry him. Whoosh! This startled Xiao Chen. He gently slapped the ground and stood up. Hey, big brother, your injuries have healed. Xiao Chen also felt surprised. His dragon bones had healed, and his injuries were mostly healed. This was truly strange. Xiao Chen wanted to ask the blood-soaked dragon emperor about it. However, he discovered that the blood-soaked dragon emperor was already asleep. This was truly surprising. Xiao Chen still had many questions to ask the blood-soaked dragon emperor. For example, he did not have time to ask about the Black Dragon King suppressed in the underground dragon city. Now that my dragon bones have healed, all I need is time to recover from my remaining internal injuries. What fortuitous encounter did you discover? Initially, Xiao Chen just wanted to send the little monk away. Unexpectedly, the little monk actually found a fortuitous encounter. Come with me. There are actually words carved on a stone pillar. I did not have time to take a closer look before I ran over to inform Big Brother. The little monk turned around and led Xiao Chen forward. The underground, filled with stone pillars, was like a maze. As the two walked, they came to a stone pillar and stopped. Xiao Chen took a look and saw that this seemed to be a treasure pillar with a divine flame. Big Brother, look. The words are here. When Xiao Chen looked carefully, it was indeed as he had expected. Many words were carved on a string of stone pillars. I studied heart force for 1,000 years. Before my death, I had to admit that heart force cannot be passed down or imparted. Whether one can comprehend it or not depends on fate. However, there are also some comprehensions that I left behind. If you see them, it can be considered fate. After reading carefully, Xiao Chen and the little monk rejoiced. These were actually the Scarlet Blood Pirate King's comprehensions of heart force. As Xiao Chen continued reading, he saw that Xiao Chen was frowning heavily, feeling vexed. It turned out that the Scarlet Blood Pirate King's comprehensions were also cryptic and hard to understand. They were extremely profound, like a heavenly book. To think that this is the simplified version of heart force. This Scarlet Blood Pirate King is really incredible. He knew that heart force cannot be passed down, yet he took another path and left behind this heavenly heart art. After cultivating it, one can use soul energy to imitate the simplified version of heart force. After the little monk finished reading, he felt deeply moved and revealed joy on his face. You can understand it. It's very simple. It's even easier to understand than the ancient scriptures I read in the temple. How could I not understand it? What's wrong, big brother? Could it be that you can't understand it? The little monk showed a strange expression as he looked at Xiao Chen, looking like he deserved a beating. Some mockery and some confusion. You can't even understand this? Xiao Chen smiled embarrassedly and said, It's all right. I understand a little. Oh, I thought that big brother did not understand and was prepared to share it. It looks like there is no need. Normally, our abbot would come to me for guidance on the annotations of some ancient scriptures. After the little monk finished speaking with a smile, he sat down and started cultivating. The little monk could understand the ancient scriptures that even the abbot did not understand. If Xiao Chen had known, he would not have had to worry. Xiao Chen felt depressed, but he could not do anything about it. He could only continue reading the scriptures that the Scarlet Blood Pirate King left behind. After reading it 10 times, Xiao Chen finally gained some comprehension. He understood where the Heavenly Heart art came from. After reading it 100 times, Xiao Chen revealed an expression of understanding. The Scarlet Blood Pirate King was indeed strong. To think that this Heavenly Heart art could imitate the simplified version of Heart Force. After comprehending it in his heart, Xiao Chen sat down cross-legged and started to cultivate the Heavenly Heart art. Xiao Chen's comprehension ability was extremely rare in this world. After he comprehended the Heavenly Heart art from the words on the stone pillars, his cultivation speed was not slow. In merely 1 hour, the Heavenly Heart art successfully drew out the soul energy in his soul pool. For hours later, he opened his eyes, and a pale white flame could be seen in his palm. This was the heart flame. This was what the Scarlet Blood Pirate King called this simplified version of Heart Force. True Heart Force was formless and invisible. However, it was ever-changing and could be used on any martial technique. As Xiao Chen looked at his palm, he felt somewhat vexed at this tiny heart flame. How should I maximize the might of this tiny heart flame? Ha ha ha! Delightful! Just as Xiao Chen felt vexed, he heard the little monk laughing continuously. Then he saw the little monk leaping around underground and jabbing a finger into the air. With a point of his finger, an illusory figure shot out. The image was a gigantic finger of an ancient Buddha with a faint flame burning inside. This was the heart flame that the little monk just cultivated. When Xiao Chen saw this, he felt horrified. What a fellow! To think that he managed to merge the heart flame and the Buddhist sect's martial technique so quickly. This completely formed a brand new martial technique. Comparing oneself to others would only make one angry. Xiao Chen looked at his palm. He had not figured out how to use the heart flame yet. Then he shook his head and put it away. Originally, this should have been a joyous matter. However, compared to Yan Qin, Xiao Chen could not bring himself to feel happy. Boom! All of a sudden, the gigantic illusory fingers that were randomly weaving among the stone pillars hit one of the stone pillars by accident. Bang! The ancient stone pillar instantly crumbled, falling toward Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen did not find this strange. In the time it took for a spark to fly, he got up and retreated, narrowly dodging the attack. If Xiao Chen had been struck, his newly recovered physical body would not have been able to endure such a blow. However, he still could not avoid being covered in dust. Ha ha ha! Big brother Xiao, how is the might of the heavenly heart finger that I comprehended? Yan Chen said with a smile as he ran overexcitedly. Just as Xiao Chen was about to answer, he suddenly felt a terrifying will of soul surpass the many layers of heart force obstruction and sweep over. Fortunately, with the obstruction of the heart force, this will, which should have been incredibly fast, slowed down significantly. Xiao Chen pulled the little monk and quickly retreated, moving behind the stone pillar with the divine flame. Those sovereign personages have not left yet. The little monk whispered with lingering fear in his heart. That is within reason. Xiao Chen remained expressionless. He did not find this unexpected as he thought of a countermeasure. How could the sovereign personages of the demonic Tao sects leave so easily with such vast benefits? Not to mention the faux god flame that could make sovereign personages fall out with. Just the 8 supreme treasures were worth a sovereign personage waiting here for half a year. It would be rather difficult to leave now. The only good news was that the terrifying heart force underground deterred sovereign personages from coming down to check. However, the two could not execute their movement techniques due to the heart force, so they could not leave. Chapter 1830. A stone pillar suddenly collapsed, but I didn't see the two of them. Strange, what's going on? Could it be that someone can survive a fall? On top of the stone pillar, the 3 elders from the Devil's sect looked at each other and felt that it was a little difficult to understand. The sudden collapse of the stone pillar had attracted the 3 of them here. However, after looking around, they did not find anything. As for going down, however, the sovereign personages from the 3 great demonic Tao sects all had their own thoughts. The 2 sovereign personages from the Blood Demon Royal Hall and the Fantasy Cloud sect would definitely not take the risk. Although the 2 were sovereign personages, their physical bodies were not heaven-defying. If they fell, they would not fare much better than those holy venerates. As for the Heavenly Eagle Castle's sovereign personage, Xiao Chun was confident that he would not fall to his death. But how to get up was a problem for him. He also had to worry about whether the other 2 people up there would trip him up. If he was trapped for 10 or 100 years, that would be too much of a loss. Brother Hong, the demonic cultivation techniques of your Heavenly Eagle Castle mainly cultivate the physical body. How about going down and taking a look? An old man holding a ghost pennant greeted the Heavenly Eagle Castle sovereign personage rather politely. Bullshit. How is that ordinary gravity? It's clearly the legendary heart force. I might be fine if I go down, but how am I going to come up? The rather stout Heavenly Eagle Castle sovereign personage shook his head, showing no intention of going down. It's probably a mess now. If the 2 of them were really down there, even if they didn't fall to their deaths, they wouldn't be able to come out. If we really want to break this heart force, only if the sect masters of our 3 sects join hands will we have a chance. The Blood Demon Royal Hall's sovereign personage, seated on the underworld ghost bird, said softly, "The faux god flame is sufficient for the 3 sects to work together. However, what if there is no one down there?" The 3 sovereign personages discussed endlessly, unable to come to a consensus. In the pitch-black abyss, the little monk and Xiao Chen were unable to see or hear the situation above. He could only feel a few terrifying wolves piercing through the obstruction of his heart force and scanning the area several times before leaving. "Big brother, what should we do?" the little monk asked nervously. Xiao Chen said calmly, "After they leave, we'll split up and see if there's a way out." In fact, even if he couldn't find a way out, Xiao Chen still had another risky method to keep as a record. All right. Xiao Chen's calmness infected the little monk. Yan Chen's nervousness eased significantly. The vast space was like a labyrinth. To Xiao Chen and the little monk, each of the stone pillars was like a heavenly pillar. Looking up, he couldn't see the top at all. Half a day later, the 2 of them met under the divine flame, precious pillar. They spread their hands, but neither of them came to a conclusion. "I didn't come across any fortuitous encounters." The small monk rubbed his bald head and said gloomily. Xiao Chen cursed in his heart. "Do you think that opportunities are like cabbages that can be found anywhere? Let's take a break and continue searching." The space was very big. Since the 2 of them had not finished walking, they might still have a chance. Yes. Xiao Chen sat down cross-legged and swallowed another healing pill, mobilizing his true essence to speed up the recovery of his injuries. After breaking through to peak early stage Star Venerate, Xiao Chen had not checked his cultivation properly yet. When he looked inside with his spiritual sense, he saw that the space within the 9-star primal core had expanded significantly. The 9 spots of starlight carved on the primal core had also become increasingly resplendent, vaguely showing signs of breaking out, forming the scene of 9 stars revolving around the primal core. When Shao Qin entered the primal core, the demonic Qi veritable essence energy and spiritual energy veritable essence energy maintained a balance. However, they could not fill the entire primal core space like before, being everywhere, leaving no gaps. How to balance the 2 veritable essence energy in the future would be a headache for Shao Qin. Although the Purple Thunder Divine incantation had a strange origin, it was a bona fide righteous Tao cultivation technique that absorbed spiritual energy. Demonic Tao cultivation techniques also absorbed spiritual energy. However, the origin of demonic Tao cultivation techniques was comprehended from the ancient, great, desolate Aeon ferocious beasts. Demonic Tao cultivation techniques were completely different from righteous Tao cultivation techniques. They walked the path of being vicious and tyrannical, benefiting only oneself. The demonic Tao cultivation techniques required several times, even 10 times more veritable essence energy than righteous Tao cultivators. However, when one advanced to the early stages, it was extremely horrifying. Due to the vast amount of veritable essence energy, it was hard to avoid remnant impurities and other energies. The demonic Tao cultivation techniques suppressed the demonic Qi veritable essence energy, pitch black, tyrannical, and horrifying. The pros and cons of such a cultivation method were very clear. It opposed righteous Tao cultivators. It was just like the relationship between humans and great, desolate Aeon ferocious beasts. It was unavoidable. Right now, what Shao Qin needed was a demonic Tao cultivation technique. After withdrawing his spiritual sense, Shao Qin sent his consciousness into his soul pool. Compared to veritable essence energy, what he valued more was his soul energy. Shao Qin already understood the importance of soul energy when he was in the major primal core realm. After advancing to the star venerate realm, Shao Qin's consciousness could easily inspect his soul pool. His soul pool was as vast and boundless as before. The azure-colored dragon, seal, formed by his soul hovered in the center. The surroundings were vast and hazy, with a layer of white fog spreading. Many bright spots of light in the sky looked like stars, lighting up his soul pool. The star venerate realm was also known as the starry sky realm. This was because the sky in his soul pool was filled with spots of light. This was a mysterious phenomenon that would appear only after one advanced to star venerate. When starlight flickered in one's eyes, it was like the many stars decorating the sky. Then one's will of soul could fly out. The strong could even let their will of soul truly roam the starry heavens. It was like the primordial spirit of an immortal leaving his body. When Shao Qin opened his eyes again, most of his injuries were already healed. Then he had a simple conversation with the little monk. The two continued exploring the surroundings. When they met again, they returned empty-handed. 3 days later, "Big brother, it looks like the 2 of us will really have to grow old alone here." The 2 had already explored the space at the bottom of the stone pillar. The surroundings were all dead ends. After obtaining the result, the little monk became more open-minded. Being able to die here with Big Brother Shao is pretty good. After leaving the temple, aside from Master, I met many people. Either they ran when they saw me or they saw that I was young and wanted to cheat me. Yen Qin mumbled a lot. At first, it sounded normal. However, as he spoke, tears started flowing out. In the end, the little monk was still young. His eyes had not matured yet, and the childishness on his face had not faded. Thinking about death, he still found it hard to feel happy. Speaking of which, little monk, how old are you? Sob. 17. What's wrong? The little monk said in a somewhat choked voice. 17. Shao Qin knew that Yen Chen was not yet 20. However, he was surprised. He was not even 18. That made sense. In the end, Yen Chen was only 17. How could he let go of the thought of dying here? If it were Xiao Qin, he probably would not be able to do it either. Wait a minute, 17 years old, silver Buddhist light. Master said that my birth is the greatest blessing. He suspects that I am the reincarnation of an esteemed monk. My comprehension ability and talent are even more terrifying than that of a demonic genius. Suddenly, many scenes flashed in Xiao Chen's mind. The fragmented memories of the dragon race experts, faux god flame, suddenly appeared. The silver Buddhist light did not represent the reincarnation of an esteemed monk. Instead, it was the reincarnation of a Buddha, from the previous epoch that rivaled an immortal. 17 years. When Xiao Chen thought about the time he happened to match up with that Buddha. Mahesvara Buddha. Mahesvara Buddha. Suddenly, Xiao Chen felt somewhat excited in his heart. There was an answer to all these questions. Buddhists talk about fate and believe in karma. I saw some Buddhist essence in you. Perhaps we can meet again. In that instant, Xiao Chen recalled the words of the Mahesvara Buddha before he passed away. This fate has not been extinguished, and karma still exists. The little monk's body was covered in killing and sin. One could say that he was covered in filth. However, his heart was pure, clean, crystalline, and transparent. Great freedom. Everything about the little monk was now firmly in line with these 3 words. Buddha is in my heart, and Buddha is a true Buddha. If there is no Buddha in my heart, how can I find a true Buddha? With Buddha in one's heart, even if one committed overwhelming sin and killed boundlessly, one can still be free and unfettered. Xiao Qin pressed his palms together and solemnly bowed to the little monk. This fate has not been extinguished, and karma still exists. Venerable, you are right. Thank you. Whether it was the Adumbra Buddha on the Emperor's Road, you saved my life, Xiao Qin, or the Buddhist sect's magic skill, Dermic World, which allowed me to escape dangers several times, or the various instructions you gave me before you passed away, or now, when the Saraira entered my body and suppressed the demonic nature in my body. Both of them received a bow from me, Xiao Qin. Chapter 1831. Xiao Chen's inexplicable bow immediately confused the little monk. He smiled between tears and said, Big brother, I am not an esteemed monk or a Buddha. It is useless for you to bow to me. The 2 of us will still be trapped here until we die. However, right after the little monk spoke, he saw the image of a large Buddha behind Xiao Qin. This Buddha pressed his palms together and smiled, exuding a supreme Buddhist might. This was not the strangest thing. The strangest thing was that the little monk actually felt that this large Buddha image was smiling at him. Who said that the 2 of us will die here? Xiao Qin looked up at the little monk and smiled faintly, feeling a sense of familiarity. That's not it. Big brother, I saw a Buddha behind you earlier. The little monk felt incredibly shocked. Fearing that Xiao Chen would not believe him, he emphasized, It's true. It really is a large Buddha. It even smiled at me. Of course, Xiao Chen believed it. However, he would not tell the little monk the reason. Illusion, illusion. Illusion. However, that is clearly not the case. That's right. Big brother, you said earlier that we don't have to die here? The little monk exclaimed in pleasant surprise as he suddenly recalled something. Xiao Qin nodded. I never said that we will die here if we cannot find the way out. We just have to take some risks. What method? The little monk asked curiously, feeling interested. Xiao Qin did not answer. He only took out the scarlet blood war banner and held it tightly with both hands. Then he closed his eyes and sensed the black cutlass cruising the vast sea. His essence, blood, and soul had already merged with the immemorial demon soul formation. No matter where the black cutlass was, as long as he focused, he could sense it. This was because the black cutlass was already a part of him. I see it. I see it. Slowly, a scene appeared in Xiao Chen's mind. In this scene, Xiao Suo and the others were cruising the sea on the black cutlass. People came and went on the ship. The strange black cutlass gave off a layer of scarlet mist as it bobbed up and down in the waves. Xiao Chen's consciousness slowly sank in. Soon he saw the immemorial demon soul formation in the compartment. There was a terrifying heartbeat in the depths of the scarlet demon soul formation, thumping continuously. Within the hazy blood mist, one could vaguely see an extremely terrifying, evil, and ferocious beast grinning. The little monk who was standing on Xiao Chen suddenly felt a terrifying demonic aura coming from his body. Xiao Chen's long hair danced wildly in the wind. His eyes were pitch black and full of devilishness, causing others to not dare to look directly at him. Slowly, this wave of demonic might continuously strengthened. If it wasn't for the heart force here stopping it, it might have already rushed into the heavens and caused a great phenomenon. Not good. The little monk's keen senses told him that something was wrong. He rolled on the ground. With a loud bang, a demonic ship shrouded in a bloody mist appeared out of nowhere. As Xiao Chen stood at the bow of the ship, Xiao Suo and the others rushed out of the deck, putting up their guard and feeling suspicious. When Xiao Chen, who was at the bow of the ship, saw him, his expression relaxed. "Young Master Xiao, what is going on?" Elder Tang and the others asked in confusion. "We'll talk about it later. Xiao Suo, come here for a moment." Xiao Chen turned around and withdrew his demonic might, returning to normal. Then his gaze fell on Xiao Suo. Xiao Suo felt that something was wrong. His intuition told him that something big was about to happen to him. "Big brother, what's the matter?" Xiao Suo asked as he looked at Xiao Chen, showing a nervous expression and feeling somewhat nervous in his heart. Xiao Chen did not say anything. He opened his palm, and the faux god flame that the Scarlet Blood Pirate King left behind slowly appeared, hovering in the air. "Senior, what do you think of this person? This is the person you chose for me? His talent is ordinary, and he is rather old." Just when Xiao Chen thought that it was hopeless, the faux god flame changed the topic. Its voice rang out in his mind again. "However, he does have a pure pirate's heart, something that you do not have. However, this is what I value the most. Back then, my talent was also ordinary. As long as one maintained a pure pirate's heart, one could become a legendary pirate king. That would not be incredible no matter what era it was." Xiao Chen smiled faintly. Indeed, it was as he expected. Back then, when the Scarlet Blood Pirate Kings said that he lacked something, Xiao Chen recalled that he lacked a pirate's heart. He realized that what he lacked was a pirate's heart. Xiao Chen's ambition was not this. How could he have a pirate's heart? This was very normal. "Xiao Suo, this clump of flame represents the Scarlet Blood Pirate King's inheritance. Today, I will pass this fortuitous encounter to you on behalf of Senior Scarlet Blood Pirate King. I hope that you will not bring disgrace to the Scarlet Blood Pirate King's name in the future and persevere in your pirate's heart." Xiao Chen enunciated every word seriously as he looked at Xiao Su. "Big brother, this fortuitous encounter is too great. I cannot accept it. I am not too ambitious. I just want to drift on the sea for the rest of my life." "Big brother, you are." Xiao Suo still wanted to say something, but Xiao Chen interrupted him. Xiao Chen smiled and said, "Don't say any more. Back then, even I misjudged this Scarlet Blood War banner at the auction. It was you. You were the one who personally won this war banner. This is the will of the heavens. This fortuitous encounter was prepared for you, Xiao Suo." Before Xiao Suo could reject, the faux god flame in Xiao Chen's hand directly entered Xiao Suo's forehead. Whoosh! A fierce flame immediately blazed on Xiao Suo's body. An incredibly vast aura surged out from his body. Without exception, Xiao Chen and the others on the deck were all knocked back by this aura. The Iron Handyama and Elder Tang, who were more knowledgeable, immediately petrified on the spot, feeling startled. Faux God Flame. This is the legendary Faux God Flame. The Iron Hand Yama muttered. It really is a faux god flame. Furthermore, it is the faux god flame left behind by the legendary pirate, the Scarlet Blood Pirate King. Suddenly realizing something, the Iron Hand Yama looked at Shao Qin and asked, Shao Qin, did you snatch this from Yenja? Shao Qin shook his head and said no. Indeed, Shao Qin had taken it from under the noses of 10-odd holy venerates, including Yenja and the many demonic Dao sect true inheritors. What about Yenja? Elder Tang and the Iron Hand Yama looked around, feeling cautious and fearful. Clearly, Yenja left too great an impression on them, nearly leaving a barrier in their hearts that they could not overcome. Hee, I killed him with one saber strike, the little monk Yen Qin said with a cocky expression as he ran over with a smile. Where did this little bald donkey come from? Just chant the scriptures properly and stop messing around. The Iron Hand Yama looked over speechlessly, not believing Yen Qin at all. If it were in the past, he would have directly pushed the little monk away when he was in a bad temper. Shao Qin said softly, I did indeed die at his hands. Without him, I would not have survived until now. Let me introduce you. This is Yen Qin, a Buddhist sect expert from the Central Great Realm. He is known as Cough, Cough. The little monk coughed, and Shao Qin recalled. He smiled and said, his nickname is not important. What is important is that Yen Zhe did indeed die at his hands. You don't have to worry about Yen Zhe appearing again in the future. The Iron Hand Yama and Elder Tang showed shocked expressions as they looked at the little monk in disbelief. However, since this was what Shao Qin said, it was absolutely true. It was nothing much. Seniors, there is no need to be too shocked. The little monk Yen Qin smiled faintly, showing the demeanor of an expert. Whoosh! Just at this moment, Shao Sua's aura on the deck suddenly withdrew. In the next moment, he opened his eyes, and a brilliant light flashed in them. Shao Sua did not open his cultivation. However, his gaze was deep and calm. Everyone could sense that Shao Sua was no longer the same as he was in the past. Envy flashed in the eyes of the Iron Hand Yama and Elder Tang. Of course, the two would not hold any grudges. Shao Qin had risked his life to obtain this faux god flame. The two would not mind who Shao Qin gave the inheritance to. However, they could not help but feel disappointed. Big brother. Shao Sua leaped into the air and landed before Shao Qin. Shao Qin nodded slightly. I already obtained the complete memories of the Scarlet Blood Pirate King. Although the treasures in this stone pillar are very difficult to take out, the entire Scarlet Blood Pirate King's body is filled with vast treasures. However, the entire Scarlet Blood Pirate King's body is filled with vast treasures. What we have seen now is just the tip of the iceberg. Shao Sua's aura turned much steadier. While he spoke of shocking matters, he was now incredibly calm and steady. Shao Qin was not surprised by Shao Sua's words. In his opinion, the entire 100,000 Great Peaks were the Scarlet Blood Pirate King's body. Just this body alone was already so valuable that it was immeasurable. Right now, Shao Qin was not concerned about this. He nodded and said, right now there are still some sovereign personages in the Scarlet Blood Pirate King's body. We are trapped here, unable to get out. Shao Sua smiled calmly and said, that is simple. Shao Sua gently snapped his fingers, and a mark appeared in the bodies of Shao Qin and the others. In the next moment, Shao Sua snapped his fingers again. He smiled and said, it's done. I have already sent out all those without the scarlet blood mark in their bodies. The cave entrance is also closed. They have inherited the Scarlet Blood Pirate King's will. Even if sovereign personages gather here, they will have to obey the Scarlet Blood Pirate King's will. Come, let's go to the blazing sea of blood. The Scarlet Blood Pirate King's worship is there. Chapter 1832. After inheriting the Scarlet Blood Pirate King's will, Xiao Sua was like a monarch in the Scarlet Blood Pirate King's physical body. He could easily do many things that were unimaginable in the eyes of ordinary people. For example, with 2 snaps of his fingers, he could easily move those sovereign personages away. With a thought, the black cutlass carried everyone into the blazing scarlet sea like it teleported. The problem that had troubled Xiao Qin and the small monk was easily solved just like that. How miraculous! I came out just like that. On the deck, the little monk stood at the bow of the ship. As he looked at the boundless blazing sea of blood, he sighed ruefully. Boom! 10,000 li ahead, the scarlet flame waves parted, revealing a majestic scarlet pirate ship. With a tremendous pressure, it rode the wind and broke through the waves. Scarlet Blood Warship. The pirate crew of the Black Cutlass immediately felt excited. However, when the Scarlet Blood pirate ship got closer, they discovered that the ship was in ruins. It looked old, as if it had gone through a heaven-shaking battle. It had already been tens of thousands of years, and they hadn't had the time to rest. Xiao Qin saw it clearly. Not bad, the skeleton is still there, and the formation is not damaged. You just need to repair it slowly. I don't think you can afford to give you a legendary battleship all at once. Xiao Sua nodded. Before the Scarlet Blood Pirate King died, he seemed to have purposely arranged this. Regardless, it's not too bad. It has a solid foundation, and with enough resources, it will become a legendary battleship sooner or later. Xiao Qin sighed lightly, and only after a long time did he say, It's time to part ways. Both of you can enter closed-door cultivation here for a while. There are still many fortuitous encounters in the Scarlet Blood Pirate King's body. After cultivating here for half a year, he will definitely gain a lot. Xiao Sua knew what Xiao Qin meant. The moment the Black Cutlass completely demonized, it was no longer suitable for the crew to remain. Big brother, thank you. Xiao Sua said solemnly as he looked at Xiao Qin. For a moment, he did not know what to say. Xiao Qin smiled casually and said, Don't stand on ceremony with me. It's settled then. What about you, big brother? Do you need to go into seclusion here? There's no need for that. The biggest thing I've understood here is that I've broken the demon barrier in my heart. I've already wasted too much time, and I can't delay any longer. I have to go to the place I want to go. Take care. Xiao Sua did not force Xiao Qin to stay. He called out, and everyone on the Black Cutlass came over to say goodbye to Xiao Qin. After this parting, he really did not know when they would have the chance to meet again. Luo Nan and Fei Er, the young couple, Elder Tang, and the Iron Hand Yama, were much more saddened than the others. Big brother Xiao Qin, take care. Fei Er will miss you too. Fei Er was still the same as before. Every time they parted, her eyes would be filled with tears. On the other hand, Luo Nan appeared rather calm. He performed a cupped fist salute and said, Big brother Xiao, although I do not know what you are going to do, I can sense it. This trip of big brother Xiao's was not easy. Xiao Qin was very satisfied to have such a group of friends to send him off when he was leaving. Goodbye. Xiao Qin said with a cupped fist salute. He felt some reluctance in his heart. He did not know when they would meet again. At the bow of the Scarlet Blood Warship, Xiao Sua held up the Scarlet Blood War banner and ferociously waved it. Then, an irresistible force sent the Black Cutlass out. This was because Xiao Qin had specifically instructed the Scarlet Blood Warship to be sent as far as possible, lest they ran into the people of the 3 great demonic Dao sections. When the Black Cutlass reappeared, Xiao Qin did not know where it was either. Looking at the little monk beside him, Xiao Qin smiled and said, It's just the 2 of us again. Hee hee. Speaking of which, big brother, are you going to the Central Great Realm? Yes. Where exactly? The Central Great Realm is incredibly vast. There are 4 dynasties, 8 empires, many tribes, and all sorts of desolate places. It is simply too big. The dragon race, that is the Divine Dragon Empire. That is a good place. However, I have never been there before, and am not very familiar with it. Xiao Chen felt excited. The little monk before him came from the central great realm. He could ask the little monk for advice on how to get to the central great realm. Oh, right. Little monk, I still have not asked why you came to the ash-gray sea. Xiao Chen asked out of curiosity. The little monk scratched his head and smiled. There is a heavenly book scholar in the Yanwu dynasty. He is good at divination and knows the dragon-seeking art. He is known as the Book of All Things. There is no fate that he cannot divine. Many people seek him out to divine their fortuitous encounters. I was curious, so I sought him out as well. Then he said that the greatest fortuitous encounter of my life is in the Myriad Star Mountain. Then I came here in a daze. The heavenly book scholar? The Book of All Things? Interesting. If there is a chance, I should see for myself. I can get him to divine for me and see if he is really that divine. However, the ash-gray sea should be very far from the central great realm. How did you get here? Compared to the heavenly book scholar, Xiao Chen was more concerned about this. How to get to the central great realm. There are trans-realm transportation formations. The ash-gray sea has them as well. However, they require a lot of spirit jades, and there is a limit to how long they can be activated. They are all ancient transportation formations that require frequent maintenance. Good. Bring me to the trans-realm transportation formation. That should not be a problem, right? Hee. Leave it to me. Although I am rather unlucky, I don't think I have ever gotten lost. Xiao Chen entered deep thought. As he looked at the little monk's confident expression, he thought to himself, I still have to prepare another backup plan. I cannot place all my hopes on the little monk. Whoosh! In the next moment, Xiao Chen's figure vanished and reappeared in his cultivation room. With a casual wave, the 8 supreme treasures that he obtained from the stone pillar with the divine flame appeared one by one. That's not right. There are only 7 now. I gave one of them to the little monk, the Kasaya. After subduing these supreme treasures, Xiao Chen had not had time to look at them. Actually, Xiao Chen had been anticipating them for a long time already. Then he looked around and fixed his gaze on the peak-grade spirit jades. Xiao Chen thought to himself, the value of the peak-grade spirit jades already surpasses that of spirit jades. They are treasures of the world. Even a sovereign personage would desire them. Everything else aside, just the spiritual energy contained in the peak-grade spirit jades could allow Xiao Chen to break through to middle stage star venerate without any difficulty. The most important thing was that the spiritual energy in it was exceptionally pure and dense, not containing any impurities. If Xiao Chen relied on it to advance, he would not need to spend time consolidating his veritable essence energy. However, it was too much of a pity to use it now. Furthermore, he could not maximize its value. After putting it away, Xiao Chen's gaze landed on a medicinal pill that was clearly for ferocious beasts to consume. This medicinal pill was about the size of a chicken egg. It was bright red, and a flame burned on its surface. One could easily feel its ferocious and tyrannical medicinal energy without even consuming it. Clearly, Xiao Chen had no use for it. If the demon blood vulture were here, he could consider letting it consume it. After all, it had followed him for a long time. Unfortunately, Xiao Chen did not know where it ran off to. He could only put it away for now and think about it in the future. Next was the pipa. As Xiao Chen gently plucked it, a melodious sound rang out, sounding exceptionally clean. This was also a soul tool. It was very valuable, but Xiao Chen could not tell how valuable it was. After all, Xiao Chen was not proficient in everything. He knew very little about musical instruments. Suddenly, Xiao Chen thought of a person, and his lips curled up in a smile. It was not headliner Ling Long, but his martial nephew, Ling Yu. Didn't Ling Yu already admire headliner Ling Long for a long time and even set a 5-year time limit with her? Xiao Chen decided to keep it for Ling Yu. When Ling Yu went to ask for her, he would use it as a betrothal gift. The remaining items were a ghost pennant, a treasure bow, a secret manual, and a mutated fruit. These were the 4 supreme treasures that Xiao Qian valued the most. These 4 items were of direct help to Xiao Qian's strength. With a wave of his hand, Xiao Qian grasped the treasure bow. Then he looked at it carefully and saw 3 words carved on it. God's Shadow. It turned out that this bow was called the God's Shadow bow. Did it mean that the arrows it fired were like the afterimages left behind by God? Just this name inspired Xiao Qian's anticipation and excitement. In the past, Xiao Qian also liked using bows. Back in the Sky Dome realm, that soul slayer had helped him kill many strong enemies. There was a bow, but no arrows. However, there should be some arrows in his storage ring. After searching, Xiao Qian found many arrows. However, they were all high-quality arrows forged in the Sky Dome realm. He did not know if they could be used with the God's Shadow bow. Suddenly, Xiao Qian thought of something. He circulated the heavenly heart art, and a strand of heart flame soared up from his palm. This was a simplified version of heart force formed from soul energy. Xiao Qian thought back to when the little monk easily shattered an ancient stone pillar with a heavenly heart finger. The might of the heart force was still fresh in Xiao Qian's mind. At that time, he had been worrying about how to use this heart flame. Now that he had a bow and arrows, Xiao Qian immediately thought of how to use them. A smile appeared on Xiao Qian's face as he put away the God's Shadow bow. Then he went to look for the little monk, Yan Chen, with a smile on his face. "Big brother, why are you smiling so happily? What's the matter?" The little monk asked out of curiosity, not knowing that danger was approaching. "After you comprehended the heavenly heart finger, you have not had an opponent to practice with. I thought about it and decided that since I have nothing to do, I might as well help you practice with it." Xiao Qian showed a calm expression, not showing any fluctuations as he spoke softly. The little monk smiled and said, "Ha ha! Big brother really understands me. My hands have been itching for the past few days. After I comprehended my unique secret technique, I could not find an opponent to practice with. It was very frustrating. However, the heavenly heart finger is very mighty. Furthermore, I just comprehended it. I will not take responsibility if I accidentally injure Big Brother." Xiao Qian smiled and said, "Don't worry. Just do your best." The 2 went to the deck and pointed to the sea. Then the little monk leaped off and flew 1 kilometer. A little further. Whoosh! The ash-gray sea moved like it was flat ground. The little monk flew 5 kilometers away and shouted, "Is that enough?" Still not enough. After moving 100 kilometers, Xiao Qian verified that the little monk's vision was somewhat blurry. Then he took out the God's Shadow bow and nocked an arrow. "Why does it feel like something is wrong?" The little monk said, feeling it was strange as he scratched his head. Chapter 1833. On the deck, Xiao Qian knocked an arrow on the God's Shadow bow. Then he grasped the bow handle. In that instant, he felt a connection with the bow. Suddenly, a mysterious perception came from the God's Shadow bow. Xiao Qian's field of vision zoomed in. This was the power of the God's Shadow bow. He did not circulate any veritable essence energy or open his heavenly eye. The instant Xiao Qian grasped the bow, his field of vision zoomed in. It felt like he was only 1 kilometer away from 50 kilometers away. He was so close that he could see everything clearly. The perception from the God Shadow bow was still searching for its target. When the God Shadow bow saw the little monk hundreds of kilometers away, the God Shadow bow's perception quickly searched for its target. When it saw the little monk hundreds of kilometers away, a vague question immediately appeared in Xiao Qian's mind. That was the God Shadow bow's consciousness, asking Xiao Qian if he was the target. This was probably the feeling of being connected by heart and flesh. After the God Shadow bow obtained Xiao Qian's confirmation, the perception in front instantly focused on the little monk's body. The little monk, who felt that something was wrong, moved quickly, flashing about. The little monk's movement technique was so terrifying that even a regular holy venerate would not be able to catch him. However, no matter how the little monk moved, Xiaoqin could see all the trajectories clearly. A formless line shot out from the god's shadow bow, firmly locking onto the little monk. Between the 2 points and the line, Xiaoqin, you do not need to do anything else. You only need to draw the bowstring. Even if you hide to the ends of the world, it will be useless. Buzz. Xiaoqin slowly drew the bowstring. He immediately felt his soul energy flow into the bow like flowing water. However, the bowstring did not move at all, showing no intention of moving at all. I can't draw it. Xiaoqin immediately felt startled. He felt that he had gone overboard. He had underestimated the might of a soul tool. Furthermore, the bow in his hand was no ordinary soul tool. The 8 supreme treasures that the Scarlet Blood Pirate King had purposely collected were all very special. It was very likely that the little monk would really die after this arrow was shot. Not to mention using the heart flame. Just shooting this arrow made Xiaoqin's heart pound. However, there was no turning back. Little monk, I can only let you down. After draining a third of Xiaoqin's soul energy, the god shadow bow's bowstring finally drew back by 1 centimeter. Boom! Just as Xiaoqin was about to let go, the arrow knocked on the bow exploded, unable to withstand the immense force. A huge hole instantly appeared on the deck of the demonic ship. The huge force sent Xiaoqin flying on the spot, and his body directly crashed into the observation deck. With a bang, Xiaoqin spat out a mouthful of blood and collapsed to the ground. His face was extremely weak. The bowstring was still vibrating slightly, and the remaining energy exploded in all directions. Bang! Bang! The defenses of the black cutlass appeared extremely weak before this power. One after another, huge holes were blasted open. Waves rolled in all directions, causing the entire ship to shake violently. A moment later, the entire demonic ship was blown up, leaving only its skeleton. Xiaoqin struggled to get up. He let out a bitter laugh when he saw this scene. This time he had indeed gone too far and played himself. There was a reason why soul tools were called soul treasures. No wonder only rank 6 demonic sects knew of them. Ordinary people could not control them as they pleased. The price of a mistake would not be as simple as death. Big brother, what are you doing? Why don't I understand? The little monk heard the terrifying explosion and rushed over. The scene before him stunned him. The completed black cutlass was riddled with holes. Xiaoqin's complexion was pale and weak. For an instant earlier, I felt death approaching. No matter what I did, I could not shake it off. That nearly scared me to death. Big brother, quickly tell me what martial technique you used the Heavenly Heart art to research. I really do not understand at all. The little monk said excitedly, not understanding what was going on. He thought that Xiaoqin had used the Heavenly Heart finger to comprehend an extremely terrifying martial technique like him. In the end, the little monk did not grasp the degree of control, resulting in failure. Xiaoqin said indifferently, "If you can understand it, am I still your big brother? Quickly go and capture a ferocious beast for me. The more ferocious, the better." Okay. Yan Qin scratched his head and left to carry out the order. How unlucky! As Xiaoqin looked at the black cutlass, he felt like crying, but no tears came out. However, after being with the little monk, his heart had already become very strong. He was mentally prepared for any misfortune. Fortunately, this black cutlass was now a demonic ship. It only needed one ferocious beast. After the immemorial demon soul formation absorbed flesh and souls, the ship could slowly recover. There was no need to worry. Holding the god's shadow bow, Xiaoqin carefully put it away. He made up his mind not to use it unless he had no other choice. The god shadow bow was a great killing tool. He could not test the might of the heart flame. Instead, he might as well use an ordinary bow to test it. After rummaging through his storage ring, Xiaoqin took out the dust-covered Soul Slayer bow. Then, he gently patted the bow to get rid of the dust. When he saw this bow, he could not help thinking about the past in the Sky Dome realm. He remembered that this bow could bring out a lot of might based on how much vital chi one had. Its origins were very mysterious. One could draw this bow only with pure vital chi. However, Shao Chen knew that there was no such thing as a limit in this world. The Kunlun realm had not tested this bow's limits yet. Now was a good time to test it out. Boom! Shao Chen knocked an arrow, drew the bow, and drew the bowstring. When Shao Chen used one cauldron force, it startled him slightly to think that he did not draw the bow to its fullest. Shao Chen continued to pour in more vital chi. Soon, it reached 10 cauldron force. Shao Chen discovered that the more vital chi he infused, the more horrifying the resistance he faced. He could not help feeling startled. What exactly was the origin of this bow? Now that he was in the Kunlun realm, he still could not draw it to its fullest. After thinking about it, there was only one possibility. Shao Chen could only say that when forging this bow, the formation he infused in it might have been an immortal Tao formation from the previous epoch. The strength of the formation made up for the bow's inferior material. By the time Shao Chen used 20 cauldron force, the bowstring was still not drawn to its fullest. Dragon roars rang out endlessly in his body. As Shao Chen drew the Soul Slayer bow, his aura soared continuously. An item from the Sky Dome realm gave him a pleasant surprise. The heavenly heart art slowly circulated, and a strand of heart flame appeared at the tail of the arrow. Then it spread out and merged with the entire arrow. Whoosh! Shao Chen let go, and the arrow infused with heart flame soared into the sky. The arrow immediately pierced through a late-stage star, venerate ferocious beast in the sky. It cried out miserably as it fell into the sea. The black cutlass pounced over like a hungry tiger. The immemorial demon soul formation activated, and scarlet demonic chi spread out, quickly swallowing up the ferocious beast. As the black cutlass swallowed up the ferocious beast, the blood mist spreading out thickened. The holes in the black cutlass slowly healed. Shao Chen stood upright while holding the bow, entering deep thought. It seemed to be weaker than the little monk's heavenly heart finger. However, it was much faster. Furthermore, the drain was negligible. Shao Chen took out another arrow. However, this time he knocked 3 arrows at the same time. The 3 arrows infused with heart flame tore through the sky. In the next moment, 3 miserable cries came from the sky as 3 ferocious beasts fell into the water. Shao Chen smiled faintly and said, "Without a doubt, this simplified version of Heart Force is the most perfect combination with the bow and arrow." Then, Shao Chen knocked another arrow. Using only 1 cauldron force, he drew the bowstring and opened his heavenly eye. Immediately, Shao Chen's vision expanded. Using his heavenly eye, he allowed the Soul Slayer bow in his hand to reach a level similar to the God Shadow bow. Shao Chen wanted to test the limits of the heart flame's range and might when infused with an arrow. Soon his vision extended to 500 kilometers. Then, Shao Chen locked on to a towering mountain. Boom! The instant Shao Chen let go, the towering mountain turned into dust and vanished from the vast sea. This development stunned Shao Chen. In the next moment, he startled awake. What fast speed! This was already a power that the Soul Slayer bow could not achieve. Heart Force, even the simplified version of Heart Force, had a flabbergasting might. The faster one's heart was, the faster one's arrow would be. The farther one's heart was, the farther one's arrow would be. Suddenly, Shao Chen gained some comprehension of Heart Force. He vaguely felt like he had touched something. Heart Force is indeed unfathomable. Back then, when I saw those stone pillar spaces in the Scarlet Blood Pirate King's body, I felt that they were boundlessly vast, comparable to the starry heavens. Perhaps they were influenced by the Scarlet Blood Pirate King's heart force. Shao Chen collected his thoughts and muttered to himself, no matter what, He had figured out how to use this simplified version of heart force, just like the little monk. The little monk was the reincarnation of a great Buddha. His horrifying comprehension ability could not be judged by the standards of ordinary people. The heavenly heart finger was not created by just anyone. Even without Xiao Chen's comprehension ability, he could still find a way to use heart force that was not inferior to the little monk's. It was already something to be proud of. Satisfied, Xiao Chen put away the Soul Slayer bow. There were still 3 supreme treasures that he had not looked at carefully. One was a secret manual, one was the Cheongchi Beast ghost pennant, and one was a wondrous mutated fruit. Just by smelling the mutated fruit, Xiao Chen felt a comfortable chill. He felt an urge to burn his bloodline. This was a mutated fruit that strengthened the physique and improved the power of one's bloodline. Its ability was the same as the life juice source that Xiao Chen once obtained. However, its effects should be vastly different. It was not time to consume it yet. Xiao Chen put away the mutated fruit and looked at the ghost pennant. Since Xiao Chen had the experience of using a soul tool before, he took a quick look at it. Then he only left his mark in the ghost pennant before placing it in his storage ring. Just thinking about the God Shadow bow, he knew that the ghost pennant's might was not far from it. Finally, there was only one secret manual left. The words "Demonic Cloud Heaven Swallowing Art" were written on the cover. Xiao Chen gave it a cursory look. This was an extremely tyrannical, demonic Tao cultivation technique. The demonic clouds that lingered in the starry sea formed because the Scarlet Blood Pirate King cultivated this demonic Tao cultivation technique. After flipping through it, Xiao Chen carefully put it away as well. Indeed, he lacked a demonic Tao cultivation technique. Although this demonic Tao cultivation technique was tyrannical, it did not require one to eat humans or absorb souls. It was directly comprehended from the ancient ferocious beast, the demonic cloud bird. Its origins were extremely ancient. Xiao Chen made up his mind. The demonic Tao cultivation technique that he would cultivate in the future would be this demonic cloud heaven-swallowing art. However, speaking of which, the little monk has been gone for so long. Why is he not back yet? The black cutlass had swallowed a few ferocious beasts and had already recovered. Ha 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 ha. Big brother, I'm back. I found a huge bird for you. It is definitely very ferocious. I nearly let it run away. Just as Xiao Chen was thinking, the little monk's familiar laughter came from the distance. He saw the little monk in a somewhat sorry state, with some horrifying wounds on his body. However, he had a smile on his face. The little monk dragged a huge scarlet bird as he walked on the surface of the sea, slowly heading towards the black cutlass. Nearly all the feathers on that huge bird had been plucked clean, looking very miserable. He struggled ceaselessly and let out miserable howls, but he just couldn't break free. Xiao Chen frowned slightly. Why did this bird's voice sound somewhat familiar? Furthermore, that figure and silhouette seemed familiar. Chapter 1834. Big brother, this bird is very ferocious. It is really foolish. Ha ha ha. It purposely fled a few times and then turned back to sneak attack. Did it think that I did not know? The little monk was very ruthless. He forcefully folded the wings of the huge bird together and tried to grab it. Just like that, he dragged it over the surface of the sea. Whoosh! Xiao Chen found this somewhat familiar. His figure flashed, and he landed on the surface of the sea to observe it closely. Aside from the feathers on its tail, the scarlet bird had lost nearly all its feathers. It was bald, and its huge body now looked pitifully thin and weak. This startled Xiao Chen, to think that it really was the demon blood vulture. Initially, he only found it somewhat familiar. After careful observation, he finally confirmed it. Upon seeing this scene, Xiao Chen could not help laughing loudly. Where did you catch it? The little monk answered honestly. It charged over on its own. I did not go far before I saw it flying in our direction. Its entire body was filled with killing chi and a strong demonic nature. I felt that it would not be easy to deal with, so I was about to give up. Who knew? This despicable bird pecked me on the head and left with a strange smile. I really could not endure it. Look, you nearly got pecked through. With one look, there was indeed a clear mark on the little monk's shiny bald head. The demon blood vulture, which the little monk caught, wept in its heart after it completed the trial of its race. After completing the experiential training of its race, its strength had soared again. Without even thinking, it immediately came out to seek revenge on Xiaoqin. After wandering around for a long time, the demon blood vulture sensed the aura of the black cutlass and gave chase. Along the way, the demon blood vulture saw a bald head on the surface of the sea. Out of curiosity, it pecked at the bald head. Unexpectedly, it caused such huge trouble. Even after using all its tricks, it could not defeat this monk. After being caught, the demon blood vulture was in a sorry state. The little monk, whose head had never been injured before, plucked out all its feathers in a fit of anger. The more surprising thing was yet to come. The little monk actually brought the demon blood vulture to Xiaoqin. This was a great humiliation. Originally, the demon blood vulture wanted to appear awe-inspiring and teach Xiaoqin a lesson. Who would have thought that he would turn into a General Five Hairs, appearing in such a sorry state? This made the vengeful demon blood vulture want to find a hole to hide in. Its pitiful reputation was ruined, just like that. Let it go. It's my familiar. Xiaoqin could not help smiling as he looked at the demon blood vulture's appearance. The little monk exclaimed, "This is Big Brother's demonic pet! How is this possible? I am the king blood vulture, the king blood vulture. How could it be someone else's magic pet?" Don't listen to it. The demon blood vulture cried out in its heart, "Don't let me go. This great me is not anyone's demonic pet." Naturally, Xiaoqin and the little monk would not care about what it was thinking. The small monk stammered, "Big brother, I'm really sorry for stripping your demonic pet." Xiaoqin smiled casually. "It's fine. Go and rest first. I have something to say to the demon blood vulture. Hee, Big Brother is really magnanimous. Then I'll leave first." He had accidentally left Xiaoqin's demonic pet in such a state. He was too embarrassed to continue staying here. Feeling as though a heavy burden had been lifted from his shoulders, the little monk quickly left. Now, only Xiaoqin and the featherless demon blood vulture remained. One man and one beast watched quietly. The demon blood vulture was the first to give in. It continuously cursed Xiaoqin in its heart. When it saw Xiaoqin's eyes, it always felt fear. This was especially so in its current weakened state. When it flapped its wings weakly, it discovered that it could not fly at all. Xiaoqin stepped forward, and the demon blood vulture retreated in a fluster. Then it advanced again and retreated again. Plop! The demon blood vulture stumbled and nearly fell, nearly getting swept away by the waves. Strange, what's wrong with this silly bird? I'm just treating its injuries. Why did it get so agitated? Xiaoqin rubbed his chin, feeling somewhat confused and suspicious. Did it really become stupid? It looks like I have to reconsider the mysterious beast list that I intend to give it. Don't move. Boom! Xiaoqin extended out his will of soul and finally used a forceful method to restrain the demon blood vulture. The demonic nature in Xiaoqin's body activated, and the demonic nature veritable essence energy in his primal core spread throughout his body. His eyes turned pitch black. It's over. It's over. It's really going to eat me. The demon blood vulture was frightened into trembling. However, in the next moment, Xiaoqin used his demonic chi veritable essence energy to treat its injuries. Black demonic chi entered the demon blood vulture's body, and its injuries slowly healed. Feathers quickly grew back all over its body. What a strong recovery speed! What fortuitous encounter did this demon blood vulture encounter? Xiaoqin felt startled. Although his demonic chi veritable essence energy was vast, it could not produce such a great healing effect. It looks like this demon blood vulture must have encountered something when it disappeared. When the demon blood vulture's wings were fully feathered, Xiao Chen took a closer look and discovered that the changes were rather great. First was the tail feathers. There was a golden line in the middle of the scarlet tail feathers. Then there was a faint golden light flickering in the demon blood vulture's eyes. This fellow's bloodline is mutating. Xiao Chen felt startled. Fortunately, it was the little monk who ran into it. If it were anyone else, it would have eaten them already. Suddenly, Xiao Chen recalled the little monk's words. The demon blood vulture had taken the initiative to fly towards him. Furthermore, it had come in a ferocious manner, radiating killing chi. With this thought, Xiao Chen stopped what he was doing and looked at this demon blood vulture with a strange gaze. Could it be here to seek trouble for me? The demon blood vulture, which was plotting in secret, suddenly saw Xiao Chen's suspicious gaze. It was startled and quickly lowered its head. Boom! Just at this moment, a demonic might swept out in all directions. Demonic clouds churned in the sky and quickly covered the sky above the black cutlass before stopping. Big brother, a sovereign personage expert, is here, the little monk said anxiously from the deck. He was somewhat worried that the sovereign personages of the three great demonic Dao sects had caught up. Xiao Chen frowned slightly. He ignored the demon blood vulture and returned to the demonic ship. Who knew, when the demon blood vulture saw the demonic clouds in the sky, it became even more afraid than Xiao Chen. The demon blood vulture flew up in a fluster and hid in the spirit beast platform of the black cutlass. Something's wrong with the aura. It feels like a ferocious beast, Xiao Chen said softly. The one that came did not seem like a demonic Dao cultivator, but more like a terrifying, ferocious beast. The little monk said softly, "A ferocious beast is also a sovereign personage ferocious beast. It will die an even more miserable death." This was true. The means of ferocious beasts were much more brutal than cultivators. Xiao Chen did not say anything. He only took out the god shadow bow and knocked an arrow. This time he learned from the previous lesson and merged the heart flame with the arrow in advance, preventing it from exploding from the god shadow bow's strong force. A soul tool. The little monk exclaimed in sudden understanding. "Big brother, were you trying to use this soul tool to shoot me earlier? I was wondering why I could not shake off the feeling of death looming over me." Xiao Chen's expression did not change as he countered indifferently, "How can that be? Am I that kind of person?" "You are," the demon blood vulture thought to itself as it peeked its head out from the spirit beast platform. The little monk scratched his head, wondering if he had wronged his big brother. "Young man, put away the soul tool in your hand. It cannot injure me. I do not have any malicious intent, either." Suddenly, a thought appeared in Xiao Chen's mind, startling him. What a terrifying, ferocious beast! The thought broke through his heart's defenses and forcefully appeared in his mind. "Cannot injure me? That is hard to say. However, I believe that you do not have any malicious intent." Xiao Chen put away the god shadow bow and did not prepare to attack. He saw a pair of terrifying eyes at the limits of his vision. The owner of those eyes was also a demon blood vulture. However, this demon blood vulture possessed terrifying strength, far greater than the one on the black cutlass. This demon blood vulture gave Xiao Chen the vague feeling that it surpassed sovereign personage, appearing somewhat unfathomable. However, this was not surprising. The demon blood vulture was a special ferocious beast in the first place. As long as it absorbed enough demonic nature, its strength could increase infinitely without any special bottlenecks. Of course, this was not the reason why Xiao Chen stopped. The main reason was that Xiao Chen felt a bloodline connection between the demon blood vulture and the demon blood vulture. "The demon blood vulture hiding on your ship is my youngest son. It has a mischievous nature and does not like to live in groups. After disappearing for half a year, it suddenly returned to participate in the sovereign trial. To think that it managed to defeat its older brothers. Its bloodline even mutated, something unprecedented in the history of my demon blood vulture race. However, after it ate my race's holy fruit, it slipped away again, so that is the case. After understanding the cause and effect, Xiaoqin asks, "So, I want to see who exactly is the human who caused it to change so much." Xiaoqin said indifferently, "Since you have seen it, then you should know that I do not have any malicious intent toward it. I did not sign a blood contract with it or forcefully tame it. If you want to take it away, I have no objections. However, if you want to attack me, I will not just stand there and wait to be captured. No, no, no. You misunderstand. I want it to stay by your side. I will help you form a blood contract with it." When the Blood Vulture King heard Xiaoqin say that he wanted it to take away its youngest son, it became anxious, saying no 3 times in a row. This reply stunned Xiaoqin. He did not know what to say. What kind of father would give his descendant to someone else to sign a blood contract with? Why are you not willing? In that case, I can give you some benefits. What do you want? A demonic Tao cultivation technique? Or a demonic Tao treasure? Or a divine item at the bottom of the sea? Or the essence blood of ferocious beasts? We can discuss it. Seeing Xiaoqian remain silent, the Blood Vulture King thought that Xiaoqian was unwilling. Xiaoqian's lips twitched involuntarily. Is this fellow's biological son? There's no need. Subduing a demon blood vulture with a mutated bloodline would be a great help to me. Xiaoqian felt somewhat embarrassed. Giving him a demon blood vulture for free was already a great gain. He was too embarrassed to ask for other treasures. Ha ha ha. Unexpectedly, there's such a good person like you in the human race. In that case, I will let this unfilial son follow you for 100 years. The mysterious Blood Vulture King in the distance seemed to execute some secret technique. Then the demon blood vulture in the spirit beast platform cried out miserably. The demon blood vulture in the spirit beast platform released its demonic nature and turned into a beam of red light soaring into the sky. In the next moment, the demon blood vulture quickly descended towards Xiaoqin. Then this beam of red light turned into a ring on Xiaoqian's index finger. Kassier. Xiaoqian vaguely felt an additional appendage to his soul. This attachment was placed on the scarlet ring on his finger. Goodbye. The horrifying demonic clouds in the sky came quickly and left even faster, going far away like the receding tide. What are they doing? They left again? The little monk asked, feeling it was strange as he rubbed his head. Xiaoqian looked at the ring on his finger. Then he looked into the distance and said, "They are here to sell their son." Chapter 1835. What? Since the Blood Vulture King only communicated with Xiaoqin, the little monk could not figure out what was going on. What does he mean by selling his son? Xiaoqin smiled faintly and did not say anything more. His gaze fell on the scarlet ring on his index finger, and he revealed a playful smile. Finally, Lin Fan had some means to control the Blood Demon General. As long as he wanted to, he could turn the Blood Demon General into a ring at any time and lock it in his hand. He could boldly increase the Blood Demon General's strength without worrying about a backlash. "Where's my dad?" Just at this moment, a young but aged voice rang out in Xiaoqian's mind. That was the demon blood vulture's voice. Previously, he had not signed a blood contract with it, so he could not communicate with it. Now he could use his thoughts to communicate. This was the first time Xiaoqian heard the demon blood vulture's voice, which surprised him. "Your dad left." "Left? Haha. That scared this old man to death. I thought that old bastard would take me back and lock me up again." Xiaoqian's expression immediately turned petrified, not knowing what to say. "What's going on? Why can't I move? What's going on?" Chun patiently explained what happened earlier to the Blood Vulture King. Damn, that old bastard even sold his own son. Is there any justice in this world? Does he still have a conscience? No. Send me back. Shao Chen entered deep thought. He seemed to understand why the Blood Vulture King was willing to sacrifice himself to give this demon blood vulture away. The Blood Vulture King was simply a little demon king. To put it nicely, he was unruly. To put it bluntly, he was a fool. Ignoring the demon blood vulture's hooting, Shao Chen asked the little monk, "How much longer will it take for us to reach the Trans-Realm Transportation Formation in the Ash-Gray Sea?" The little monk took out the sea chart. After studying it for a while, he replied, "It is still far away. When we were sent out from the Myriad Star Mountain, we deviated too much. It will take at least 3 to 4 months." 3 to 4 months? That was acceptable. The Ash-Gray Sea was vast, and the Myriad Star Sea was just a corner. Shao Chen recalled that when he went to the Starlight Sea, it took him 2 months. This time it would only take him 3 or 4 months to reach the Trans-Realm Transportation Formation. Furthermore, Shao Chen indeed needed 3 to 4 months to consolidate his strength. Now, it is time to discuss the matter of exchanging the incomplete Mahamaya abstinence violation saber technique with me. The two of them each had an incomplete manual. Only by exchanging it would they be able to maximize their profits. It was beneficial to both of them. The little monk giggled and said, "All right, I have been waiting for this moment for a long time. I was just waiting for Big Brother to speak. I have grasped a total of 3 moves of the Mahamaya abstinence violation saber technique. In the mortal realm, 3 life flower and merciless killing. But so far, I've only focused on 1 move in the world. It's better not to bite off more than I can chew for a saber technique of this level. You have to choose a move and understand it thoroughly before connecting it with other moves. Then, your progress will be very fast." Shao Chen couldn't agree more. Right now, he was only focusing on severing the mundane, and was in the process of turning simplicity into complexity. This move was broken down into a set of dreamlike, mundane world saber techniques. There were a total of 3 moves: creating dreams with the saber, entering dreams with the saber, and using dreams as saber. After thoroughly comprehending this saber technique, he would be able to comprehend breaking the mundane by simplifying it. As for the other moves of the Mahamaya abstinence violation saber technique, he would be able to achieve twice the results with half the effort. However, the prerequisite was that he had sufficient saber manuals. The two exchanged saber manuals and immediately grasped 6 moves of the Mahamaya abstinence violation saber technique. After Yen Qin obtained Shao Chen's saber manual, he said joyfully, "I heard from Master that this saber technique has a total of 11 moves. This way, we can find most of them in one go. In the future, we might be able to collect the complete saber technique. If we trace it back to its source, we might be able to practice the foundation of all the martial techniques of my hidden spirit temple, the 3rd move of the Gautama divine palm." Shao Chen found this strange. He asked, "Could it be that we cannot directly practice the 3rd move of the Gautama divine palm?" The little monk shook his head and said, "A primogenitor grade cultivation technique is simply very difficult to directly practice. There is only 1 move, and it is as vast as smoke, materializing the many powerful techniques of the hidden spirit temple. You can imagine how difficult it is to directly practice it. The foundation of all the martial techniques in the world is the 3 primogenitor grade cultivation techniques. The Buddhist sect's Gautama divine palm, the Taoist sect's true martial divine sword, and the demonic sect's primal chaos demonic scripture. Even though many cultivation techniques that rival primogenitor grade cultivation techniques appeared later, they cannot be called primogenitor grade cultivation techniques, as they are unable to shake off the shadow of the 3 primogenitor grade cultivation techniques." Feeling confused, Shao Chen asked, In that case, even if we create our own cultivation techniques, we will not be able to shake off the shadow of the 3 primogeniture grade cultivation techniques. That is natural. Without the 3 primogeniture grade cultivation techniques, there would be no martial epoch. That is the source. Since you and I are in the martial epoch, we cannot shake off this restriction. This is rather interesting. The little monk truly lives up to being from the central great realm. There are many things that Xiao Qin has never heard of before. Then, which of the 3 primogeniture grade cultivation techniques is the strongest? The little monk quickly replied, without a doubt, the primal chaos demonic scripture is the strongest. Don't ask me why. That is what the ancient books agree on. However, there is no point in thinking so much. The primogeniture grade cultivation techniques are no longer complete, having vanished in the long river of time. There is no way to make up for them. For example, the Buddhist sect's Gautama divine palm only has 4 palm strikes left. The 4 great Buddhist temples each have 1 palm strike. Only 3 of the true martial divine sword remain in the hands of the 3 Taoist sections. As for the primal chaos demonic scripture, it is even worse off. I heard that it is already completely destroyed, not even a complete move remaining. Think about it. Not a single move of the primal chaos demonic scripture remains, but the entire demonic Tao is already boundlessly strong. If someone grasps every move and reorganizes the demonic Tao, the world will experience a great calamity. Hence, there is no doubt that the primal chaos demonic scripture is the strongest. A thought occurred to Xiao Qin. Could it be that the loss of the demonic Tao's primogeniture grade cultivation techniques caused the demonic Tao to deviate from its original meaning? The little monk continued smiling. As long as we find the remaining 5 moves of the Mahamaya abstinence violation saber technique, we can learn the Gautama divine palm and move unhindered in the great 1,000 realms. Ha ha ha! The little monk fell into some sort of fantasy, a boundless fantasy. Xiao Qin asked, "Has anyone collected all of them?" I don't think so. Has anyone practiced the complete Mahamaya abstinence violation saber technique? The little monk scratched his head. It seems like aside from the Creator, no one has succeeded. Did he rely on the Mahamaya abstinence violation saber technique to practice the Gautama divine palm? I don't think so. The creator of this saber technique has always been a taboo in the Buddhist sections. There are no records of when the saber technique was formed. Once it was formed, it suffered many setbacks. It was lost several times, and it is now completely lost. I have never heard of anyone restoring it. Xiao Qin smiled and said, "Hence, it is not realistic to rely on this to practice the Gautama divine palm. It is more reliable to directly cultivate and comprehend it. Even if one cannot successfully cultivate it, one can rely on the Gautama divine palm to comprehend a cultivation technique or martial technique that suits one." This blow dealt the little monk a heavy blow. He stopped thinking. Then he took the incomplete manual that Xiao Qin wrote for him and went back to study it. Like the little monk, Xiao Qin returned to the cultivation room and started studying it. Although he would not immediately start cultivating it, he still needed to read it. He would more or less gain some comprehensions. In the mortal realm, 3 life flower kill without mercy. As Xiao Qin read, he felt the Mahamaya abstinence violation saber technique's vastness and heaviness. He felt somewhat curious. What kind of genius was the creator of this saber technique? However, Xiao Qin had too many things to do now. He did not have time to think too much or spend too much time thinking about it. He needed to consolidate his cultivation. It was time to cultivate some of the cultivation techniques that were previously restricted by his cultivation realm after breaking through to the Cloud Sea realm. First was the Ice Feather Divine incantation. This ice-attributed medial grade earth ranked cultivation technique could already be cultivated to a higher level. The Ice Feather Divine incantation had a total of 6 layers. Xiao Chen, who already cultivated the third layer, prepared to cultivate it to peak consummation of the sixth layer in one go. He wanted to see if he could merge the 6 layers and cultivate it to the hidden 7th layer. However, since this was a medial grade earth ranked cultivation technique without any restrictions, it was best to cultivate it to consummation as soon as possible. Xiao Chen took out spirit jades and placed them in the spirit gathering formation under the prayer mat. Then he started cultivating. 3 days later, Xiao Chen successfully broke through and cultivated the Ice Feather Divine incantation to the 4th layer. After another 7 days, Xiao Chen successfully cultivated the 5th layer without any difficulty. He discovered that his physical body could cultivate the Ice Feather Divine incantation rather quickly. However, he exhausted a lot of resources. In less than half a month, he had exhausted 1 million medial grade spirit jades. The 6th layer took longer. He spent half a month before he managed to open all his meridians. Whoosh! After successfully cultivating the Ice Feather Divine incantation's 6th layer and completing a major cycle, Xiao Chen opened his eyes. He slowly spat out a mouthful of turbid qi. His black hair had already turned white. Vaguely, Xiao Chen felt that the additional ice-attributed energy in his body had a good suppressive effect on his demonic nature. No matter what, he could maintain a clear mind, like ancient ice, unaffected by the various negative emotions. When Xiao Chen looked into the average-sized cultivation room, he saw a chill. Crystalline ice feathers drifted down like snowflakes. It looks like this Ice Feather Divine incantation has some tricks up its sleeve. It is not as simple as I thought, Xiao Chen muttered to himself. He did not say anything more, preparing to give it a try before continuing his closed-door cultivation. He wanted to merge the 6 into one and break through to the Ice Feather Divine incantation's hidden 7th layer. That would be of great help to his comprehension of the Ice Tao. Half a month later, the little monk who was playing with the demon blood vulture on the deck suddenly felt a horrifying chill. His expression changed slightly, and he quickly soared into the air. The demon blood vulture, which was too slow, was very unlucky. Before it could react, the cold qi struck it. In an instant, the entire black cutlass and the demon blood vulture were sealed in ice, turning into ice sculptures floating on the surface of the sea. What a strong will of ice! Big Brother's improvement during this period is somewhat terrifying. The little monk in the air felt flabbergasted. Personally witnessing Xiao Chen's rapid improvement in the ice-attributed energy was indeed shocking. Whoosh! A figure charged out of the ship. This figure had white hair, white robes, and white robes. It was Xiao Chen. Congratulations, Big Brother. You are one step closer to grasping the Ice Tao, the little monk said with a smile. Xiao Chen shook his head and said, Although I have cultivated the Ice Feather Divine incantation's hidden 7th layer, I am still far from the Ice Tao. However, my improvement during this period is real. How about we exchange a few moves? Fighting spirit flashed in the little monk's eyes. He smiled and said, That is exactly what I was thinking. The two instantly exchanged moves. However, they forgot about the demon blood vulture, which was still sealed in ice. Chapter 1836. On the surface of the sea, the rumbling sound did not stop. Xiao Chen and the little monk exchanged blows quickly. Both of them did not draw their sabers and only fought with their fists and feet. They fought back and forth, competing with each other. It was obvious that the little monk was holding back. He did not use the movement technique that he was proud of or the horrifying might of the way. He felt that since he could even kill holy venerates, he should not need to use his full power to deal with his big brother. But thinking like that caused him to suffer greatly. Xiao Chen raised his hand and waved. A chill filled the air, and ice feathers fluttered in the air like snowflakes. The surrounding temperature plummeted. Even the surface of the sea was covered in a layer of cold air. At first, the little monk did not pay much attention to it. However, he soon discovered that the chill in his body was growing stronger and stronger. Even his blood felt like it was going to freeze. His speed suddenly decreased by a lot. Xiao Chun smiled faintly and said, "Little Yenqin, this Ice Feather Divine Incantation's 7th level is not that simple. The chill may seem harmless, but in reality, it is accumulating at every moment. It is not easy to expel." As soon as he finished speaking, Xiao Qin closed in on him step by step. The little monk fought head-on. However, Xiao Qin forced him back step by step. After a while, he was horrified to discover that the cold qi in his body actually turned into ice crystals, solidifying into something solid. They looked crystalline, translucent, and beautiful. However, they were like ice spikes that constantly hurt him. Great Diamond Fist! The little monk roared angrily. He activated the true essence in his body, and for the first time, his Buddhist might burst out completely. Boom! As he punched out, his entire body shone with golden light, and all the ice crystals in his body were shaken out. The surface of the sea surged, and a huge wave surged towards Xiao Qin like the roar of a tsunami. Xiao Qin smiled faintly. He had finally used his full strength. Swinging his palm left and right, he stirred up the chill around him. Then he unhurriedly sent out a palm strike. The ice quintessence in Xiao Chen's body surged out. Boom! The surging wave that contained the rage of the Buddhist sect's guardian deities shattered under Xiao Chen's palm strike. The seawater instantly solidified into ice. "Big brother, looks like I've really underestimated you." As Yan Chen stood on the huge, frozen wave, he looked at Xiao Chen. The fighting spirit in his eyes blazed like fire. Xiao Chen gently took 3 steps back and stood upright with his hands behind his back. Then he smiled faintly and said, "Don't forget that your true strength only rivals that of a holy venerate." Back in the stone pillar space, Yan Chen relied on his movement technique to prevent the many holy venerates from surrounding him. From the beginning to the end, he had been fighting one-on-one. In the end, he had relied on the little devil monk Silver Saber's fame to scare away the group of demonic sect elders. Although his combat prowess was already extremely horrifying, Xiao Xiao one did not overestimate. However, Big Brother, you are only a peak early stage Star Venerate. I don't believe that Big Brother can last 3 moves against my full power attack. The little monk felt strong confidence. His Tao might appeared, and a silver light soared into the sky. Then he pointed the Buddhist monk's saber at Xiao Chen. Now that Xiao Chen was an early stage Star Venerate, he wanted to know what his current combat prowess was. Xiao Chen's battle hunger soared in his heart. He looked forward to the little monk's next attack. One saber strike. The little monk laughed loudly and spread his arms. A silver light flashed, and the instant his figure vanished, he suddenly appeared in front of Xiao Chen. A horrifying saber might instantly burst out. Although Xiao Chen had 2 kinds of Tao might supporting him, he still could not block it and ended up at a disadvantage. Clang! Xiao Chen's arm trembled. This saber strike forced him to take a few steps back, causing him to lose his footing. Boom! 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 With every step Xiao Chen took, huge cracks appeared on the surface of the sea. After 10 steps, the seawater under Xiao Chen's feet shattered and surged in all directions. Another saber strike. A silver light flashed, and the little monk tore through the sky like a heavenly eagle. Xiao Chen used his consciousness to check, but could not catch the little monk's figure. Xiao Chen could only sense some blurry trajectories, unable to make an accurate judgment. Dang! Xiao Chen only managed to circulate his veritable essence energy and block this saber strike when the little monk suddenly charged to his side. This saber strike directly knocked Xiao Chen into the air, nearly knocking the tyrant saber out of his hand. Interesting. After landing, Xiao Chen wiped off the blood at the corner of his lips and revealed a faint smile. Now he finally understood how sullen the holy venerates who fought the little monk were. Such a strange movement technique's speed was simply terrifying. The explosive Tao might was also very troublesome. The little monk's Tao might was simply too strong. The little monk's understanding of the saber Tao surpassed Xiao Chen's. With just the pure saber-great Tao, the little monk managed to suppress two of Xiao Chen's great Tao. One more saber strike. The little monk giggled. Then he pushed off the ground and sent a final saber strike at Xiao Chen. Heavenly Eye. Xiao Chen quickly opened his heavenly eye, and his vision immediately became 100 times stronger. He could even see the microscopic particles floating in the air. I see it. I see it. With the help of the heavenly eye, Xiao Chen finally captured the little monk's movement trajectory. The little monk's movement trajectory was extremely fast, making it very hard for one's vision to grasp. Xiao Chen attacked decisively. He could not guarantee that he could lock onto the little monk in the next moment. Divine Lightning Eye. Suddenly, rapidly spinning purple petals appeared in Xiao Chen's heavenly eye. 10 bolts of tribulation lightning instantly gathered from all directions. Then they gathered above the little monk's head before raining down a thick bolt of tribulation lightning. Electric light flickered, and the little monk's body went flying amid an explosion. This is the moment! Xiao Chen shouted coldly. Then he infused the thunder-great Tao into the tyrant saber, instantly bringing out the tyrant saber's full might. The tyrant saber in Xiao Chen's hand changed shape, and a layer of purple lightning fire spread out on its surface. Boom! When Xiao Chen swung his saber, it triggered a bright electric light. The little monk, who just got blasted away, appeared somewhat confused. The saber strike that Xiao Chen quickly followed up sent the little monk flying. A wound appeared on his chest as he fell somewhat miserably to the sea. Ha ha ha! Big brother is indeed big brother. I really did not expect this move. After the little monk stood up, his fighting spirit soared as he laughed without end. Xiao Chen sheathed his saber and said indifferently, "Let's fight again tomorrow." "Don't." Yan Chen immediately vomited blood. He had just suffered a great loss. And now Xiao Chen actually said that he was not going to fight anymore. Naturally, Xiao Chen would not continue fighting. He had already seen the little monk's strength, which made him understand his many weaknesses. Coincidentally, Xiao Chen thought of several perfect ideas that he needed to digest and comprehend. Furthermore, he should stop while he was ahead. The first time the heavenly eye and the divine lightning eye merged, Xiao Chen obtained miraculous results. However, that might not be the case if he continued fighting. 3 moves are over. Remember not to boast next time. An existence that could instantly kill a holy venerate was indeed extraordinary. This made Xiao Chen feel somewhat troubled. The little monk walked over with his head hanging low. Xiao Chen consoled him. "We'll continue tomorrow." "It's a deal, then." Yan Chen immediately perked up. His eyes lit up as he giggled. Youths were indeed driven. However, Xiao Chen did not know that he already had a vague idea on how to curb Yan Chen's speed. One day was sufficient to change many things. "Big brother, we seem to have forgotten something." Yan Chen suddenly thought of something. The two arrived at the still ice-sealed black cutlass. Only then did they discover that the pitiful demon blood vulture had already fainted from the cold. Finding it strange, Xiao Chen asked, "What's going on?" The little monk scratched his head and said, "I dodged too quickly. When I left, I seemed to have been careless and kicked it. I don't remember it clearly." Xiao Chen melted the ice and checked it. Then he relaxed and said, "It won't die. Take care of it." "There's no need. Master, I'll just stay in the spirit beast platform." Upon hearing that Xiao Chen wanted Yan Chen to take care of it, the demon blood vulture dragged its stiff body and stumbled into the spirit beast platform. After spending some time together, the demon blood vulture had no choice but to acknowledge Xiao Chen as its master. Then, the demon blood vulture tragically discovered that compared to Xiaoqin, staying with the little monk was clearly more unlucky. "Stupid bird! How dare you look down on me?" How could the little monk endure this? He roared ferociously and chased after the demon blood vulture into the spirit beast platform. When Xiaoqin saw this scene, he smiled faintly and sighed in his heart. He did not know how long such peaceful days could last. The closer he got to the Transrealm Transportation Formation, the closer Xiaoqin got to the Divine Dragon Empire. What kind of changes had happened to the dragon race? Would he be able to meet Ryue? Would his identity as a blue dragon bloodline cause trouble? What were his chances of becoming the Dragon Emperor? Xiaoqin's future was destined to be bumpy. After entering closed-door cultivation for one night, Xiaoqin started to diligently cultivate the divine dragon body tempering art. The divine dragon body tempering art's first layer cultivated the dragon veins. The second layer cultivated the dragon bones. The third layer cultivated the dragon blood and tempered vital qi. The fourth layer cultivated the dragon wings. After cultivating it to perfection, one could sprout dragon wings on one's back. With a thought, the blue dragon divine wings would spread out. At that time, the little monk's speed would no longer pose any trouble to Xiaoqin. The fourth layer was the star venerate realm. It was much more difficult than the ice feather divine incantation. Xiaoqin did not think of succeeding in one go. He only wanted to cultivate it to small perfection before arriving at the Transrealm Transportation Formation. The sun rose in the east. As promised, Xiaoqin and the little monk fought again. This time, Xiaoqin did not use his heavenly eye or the divine lightning eye. However, the little monk was shocked to discover that when he approached Xiaoqin, his speed slowed uncontrollably. A strange force field surrounded Xiaoqin. It looked gentle, but was actually incredibly ferocious. It was like he was stuck in a quagmire. The more he twisted his body, the deeper he sank. The little monk who came into contact with the Taiji force field for the first time suffered greatly. After 10 moves, he still could not gain an advantage over Xiaoqin. The little monk took the initiative to give up and return to closed-door cultivation to study how to break Xiaoqin's Taiji force field. The little monk truly lived up to being the reincarnation of a Buddha. On this day, he managed to think of a way to break it. The little monk infused his Buddhist might into the surroundings, forming a similar force field. When he approached, he used his Buddhist might to clash head-on with Xiaoqin's Taiji force field. Although the little monk did not break the Taiji force field the instant they clashed, many openings appeared in the Taiji force field. Seizing this opportunity, the little monk attacked 3 times, successfully sending Xiaoqin flying. Just like that, the two exchanged blows, fighting every day and discussing after the fight. As Xiaoqin continuously perfected the Taiji force field, the little monk did his best to think of various ways to break it. Both of them improved rapidly. This continued until one day, when Xiaoqin suddenly spread out the 30-meter-long blue dragon divine wings on his back and executed thunder dragon steps. After beating up the little monk no longer brought up the matter of challenging Xiaoqin to a fight. Xiaoqin's blue dragon divine wings reached small perfection, and he was only 3 days away from the Transrealm Transportation Formation. Chapter 1837. Just as Xiaoqin thought this, a huge wave surged over from the bottom of the sea, carrying a terrifying force. The wave instantly tossed the black cutlass high into the sky. The world spun around. The little monk and Xiaoqin felt their qi and blood surge. Xiaoqin released the arrow, and the bowstring trembled slightly. The demonic hell trembled and crumbled bit by bit, rumbling endlessly. The black lotus demonic Buddha statue, which was chanting scriptures with its eyes closed, suddenly opened its eyes and roared ferociously. Then it ferociously threw a palm strike. "Big brother, what are you thinking about?" However, the mask in his hand did not hold back at all. Everything had a limit. Xiao Qin originally wanted to see how many batches of these boundless evil spirits could come out. Xiao Chen found it somewhat difficult to calm down. He fiddled with the mysterious mask that he obtained from the Scarlet Blood Pirate King's treasure trove, the exquisite white mask that looked like porcelain. The third secret technique was the mask clone. It could create a perfect clone. Even a sovereign personage would not be able to tell the real from the fake. A Buddhist proclamation resounded in the sky, echoing over the vast sea. A Buddhist statue appeared in the clouds, sitting on a black lotus throne. Many Buddhist halos appeared behind it, filling the sky with a black Buddhist light, spreading over the vast sea. Xiao Qin looked around. It was like a small world had appeared out of nowhere. There were no signs of illusions at all. Layers of Buddhist light layered behind it. A horrifying Buddhist might spread out, appearing boundless. The resentful spirits and evil spirits here were simply the best food for the Yazi beast demon soul. Little monk, help me buy some time. I have a way to destroy him. Before the Buddha became a Buddha, evil spirits came to stop him. The Buddha did not get angry, sad, joyful, or hurt. He touched the ground with his hand and turned the evil spirits into ashes. That's not right. The aura of this ship feels somewhat familiar, yet strange. It is very strange. I have never had such a feeling before. Soul tools were known as soul tools. Xiao Qin had already experienced the price of failing to use them rashly. Both of them vomited a mouthful of blood, significantly injured. There must be a way to break it. There must be a way to break it. He had collected nearly all the spirit jades that few people cared about in the Scarlet Blood Pirate King's treasure trove. Xiao Qin took out the god shadow bow, and his soul energy poured into the bow like a flood. The number of medial-grade spirit jades in his storage ring was even more horrifying. Xiao Qin and the little monk drew their sabers in an instant. Saber lights flew everywhere, and tens of thousands of evil spirits were turned to ashes on the spot. Boom! It was his bad luck that brought such a strong enemy to Xiao Qin. However, the Sea of Misery was a vast sea of vengeful spirits and evil spirits. It gathered countless negative emotions, and it was impossible to kill them all. Kill! The two of them were in unbearable pain from the burning, unable to retaliate at all. In the sea of bitterness, they were like evil spirits, causing the resentful spirits in the surroundings to laugh. Amidst the pain, Xiao Qin transmitted his voice with great difficulty. Yan Chen's thoughts raced as he thought of all sorts of methods. This was a Buddha statue, and not the real black lotus demonic ancestor. The blue dragon divine wings reached the small success stage. Xiao Chen's speed increased by more than 10 times after he unfurled it. Returning to the divine dragon empire was perfectly normal. The little monk's expression changed drastically, and a trace of fear flashed in his eyes. Big brother, this is the demonic world's hell. The black lotus demonic ancestor personally created it. To think that someone could summon the black lotus demonic ancestor. It must be the Black Lotus sect venerate personally coming. The little monk suddenly appeared beside Xiao Qin. When he saw Xiao Qin in a daze, he asked softly, "Now is the time." Xiao Qin slowly discovered that this thought was somewhat naive. There were still 3 more days before they arrived at the Trans-Realm Transportation Formation. The little monk Yan Chen's expression changed slightly, revealing a confused expression. A fierce flame blazed in the two's hearts, burning them to the point of pain, causing them to wail in anguish. However, during this period, the little monk had been in closed-door cultivation, thinking about how to defeat Xiao Qin again. Xiao Qin found this strange, but he did not overthink it. Perhaps the scriptures on the mask were just random additions. More importantly, after the divine dragon war body spread out its wings, it reached a mental state. The piercing Buddhist light forced the Black Lotus demonic ancestor to close his eyes, not daring to look directly at it. Some ancient scriptures were carved on the mask. The two fought to the point of exhaustion on the ship, sinking into an endless massacre. Shao Chen glanced at it and did not care. There are ships coming and going on the ash-gray sea. This is not strange. A huge black palm rushed over on the vast sea, looking like it wanted to crush both the two and the ship. Shao Chen carefully sensed that the mask covered up all of his aura. This included all of his vital signs, allowing all sorts of information to enter his mind. Now, Shao Chen understood that the various incredible functions of the mask were exceptionally miraculous. The Black Lotus demonic ancestor's strength actually more than doubled in an instant. No matter how many came, there was no need to fear. The Black Lotus demonic ancestor's gaze locked on Shao Chen and the little monk. With just one look, the two sins started burning. This mask was called the Death God Mask. It had 3 secret techniques. The first secret technique was Void Shadow. It allowed the wielder's physical body to immaterialize once a day, blocking all attacks. The wielder's martial techniques would be useless. Shao Chen, who was preparing to go down, entered deep thought when he heard that. Then he stopped. Without even thinking, he formed a hand seal with his right hand and touched the ground with his left. However, he found it hard to calm down. Shao Chen kept having a bad feeling in his heart that he could not get rid of. The mask was different from other soul tools. It was not an offensive mask. One did not need to be strong to wield this mask. All the aggrieved spirits and malicious spirits were instantly extinguished. Burning karmic flame. The little monk blamed himself in his heart. It's me again. I harmed Big Brother again. Black Lotus demonic ancestor. The little monk made up his mind. He did not hesitate to glare at the Black Lotus demonic ancestor. Your sins are boundless, and you are not sincere in your devotion to Buddha. Only the Black Lotus Buddha can pardon you ignorant, filthy people. The cultivators who died at the hands of the two were vaguely visible in the fire, turning into aggrieved spirits and laughing malevolently in the surroundings. With a thought, the great, desolate Ian ferocious beast, the Yazid beast demon soul, appeared in the black cutlass. It opened its mouth and sucked in the countless aggrieved spirits and malicious spirits. The little monk smiled in shock. That can't be. Big Brother always looks calm and collected, unfazed in the face of danger, giving others the feeling that he is unfathomable. Do you also have moments of confusion? The amount of sin on the little monk's body was far greater than Shao Chen's. At this moment his sin was burning, and he was in even more pain than Shao Chen. Standing in the sea of bitterness, Shao Chen looked at the Black Lotus demonic ancestor. He truly did not know how to face the enemy. Unfortunately, the scripture was written in an ancient language of Buddhism, which Shao Chen did not understand. In addition to the 3 secret techniques, the mask also had many auxiliary functions, such as immunity to illusions and mental attacks, waiting for Shao Chen to slowly explore them. His cultivation was stable, and he could break through to middle stage Star Venerate at any time. His combat prowess rivaled that of a Holy Venerate. Shao Chen held many soul tools, a mutated fruit for improving his bloodline, and a beast core for strengthening his demonic pet. As the chanting sped up, the horrifying Buddhist might grew stronger. Even Shao Chen and the little monk found it hard to endure. No matter how one looked at it, Shao Chen now possessed the capital to head to the divine dragon empire. However, he still found it hard to calm his heart. When Shao Chen's left hand touched the sea of bitterness, he extinguished the karmic flames covering his body, and a golden swastika appeared on his chest. A resplendent and dazzling Buddhist light burst forth from his body, instantly illuminating this dark space. Demon subduing ground imprint. With a thought, the karmic flames descended. The scene around them changed. Shao Chen and the little monk felt like they were in hell, surrounded by layers of illusions. The black cutlass charged at the huge palm. The countless malicious spirits in the sea of bitterness suddenly showed ferocious expressions as they pounced at the two from all directions. The little monk suffered from this. Buzz! I'll do my best. As I heard, the dead are already dead. Why bother about the mundane world? There are many things in the mundane world. The past, however, reality did not give the two a chance to catch their breath. The little monk said quickly. A look of despair flashed in his eyes. He had not expected that he would meet such a terrifying enemy. Death god mask? Is there such a thing as a death god in Buddhism? Compared to the god shadow Bao and the Cheongchi beast ghost pennant, this was simply inconceivable. The black cutlass was from the abandoned land's Blue Dragon clan. Returning to the dragon race was like returning a dragon to its homeland. As the black cutlass flapped its wings, his bloodline surged. He could feel the surging power and ancient dragon might of the Blue Dragon bloodline. All the filth of the world cannot live forever. The black lotus demonic ancestor hovering in the air seemed to be separated from Xiaoqin by a boundless distance. He was right before Xiaoqin, but also far away, unable to attack. As the scriptures purified the formless Yazi beast demon soul, the scarlet light on its body slowly separated. Xiaoqin said indifferently, "It's not that I'm confused. I'm just feeling somewhat rueful." When the advantage of a great, desolate Ian bloodline reached a certain cultivation realm, cultivators without a bloodline would be at a disadvantage. Amid a loud sound, the black cutlass broke through that huge black demonic hand like a sharp knife. After putting away the mask, Xiaoqin went to the lookout. He looked at the vast ash-gray sea and looked into the distance, letting his thoughts wander. Xiaoqin somersaulted and landed on the deck. Then he stomped heavily on the deck, and a scarlet mist gathered on the ship. Xiaoqin allowed his heart to roam the boundless sea. The sea of bitterness is boundless. Repent, and the shore is at hand. Xiaoqin said honestly, I feel anticipation and nervousness in the divine dragon empire. It is somewhat complicated. I don't know what I'm thinking, either. Xiaoqin and the little monk's figures flashed wildly. The shock waves could not avoid knocking them back. At this moment, the sea for 5,000 kilometers around turned into a sea of bitterness filled with vengeful spirits and hungry ghosts. When Xiaoqin put the mask on his face, he instantly felt like the mask had merged with his flesh and blood, like a piece of human skin. Just at this moment, the black lotus demonic ancestor in the sky suddenly chanted scriptures to purify the Yazi beast demon soul. The second secret technique was the Grim Reaper scimitar. It could summon the mysterious Grim Reaper in the mask to attack, turning his will of soul into the Grim Reaper scimitar. Xiaoqin's body ached, but his heart ached even more. The black lotus demonic ancestor sat cross-legged on the lotus platform, looking at the two coldly without any expression on his face. Xiaoqin knocked an arrow, and the heart flame merged with the arrow. Then he slowly pulled the bowstring back. With the help of the god Shadow Bao, the black lotus demonic ancestor, who felt boundless, instantly locked onto him. Yan Chen looked into the distance and said with a frown, "It seems like a ship is heading towards us. Perhaps I should ask the little monk for guidance. Could it be the Black Lotus Church? Whoosh! I have to think of a way. No matter what, Big Brother cannot die here." The gigantic Yazi beast demon soul shattered on the spot. In that instant, all the vengeful spirits and malicious spirits that the Yazi beast demon soul swallowed earlier turned into scarlet light and soared into the sky. Familiar yet strange? In that instant, Xiaoqin's crystalline heart of 7 apertures, devoid of any filth, burst forth with a pure Buddhist light. Compared to before, it was a completely different matter. Boom! Chapter 1838. It was just some peak major primal core cultivators. Even if he had less than half of his strength, he would still be able to deal with them easily. Master, your body. Shao Qin thought to himself. Although he was severely injured and could bring out less than half of his strength, he did not fear anyone on this demonic ship. However, he did not fear anyone on this demonic ship. Shao Qin, my master is coming personally. Do you think you still have a chance to flee? The Holy Sun Ming Xian prepared to attack again. However, the Black Lotus sect venerate said indifferently, "Let him come." The Black Lotus sect venerate had a special Black Lotus mark on them that could dodge the Black Lotus sect venerate's attack. Little monk. The Holy Sun Ming Xian stepped forward from the bow of the ship and appeared before Shao Qin. Whoosh! Die! Now he was even more injured, his survival unknown. A gloomy look flashed in the Black Lotus sect venerate's deep black eyes. The Black Lotus sect venerate formed 9 hand seals in an instant. Each hand seal turned into a different demonic Buddha image that appeared before Shao Qin. The demonic bone relic was left behind by the sacred ancestor when he passed away. Why would it appear on him? The Black Lotus sect venerate no longer had many trump cards to use. The Buddhist light continuously extended forward. In a few breaths, it would catch up to Shao Qin's black cutlass. All the outstanding talents and older generation heroes of the Kunlun realm died in the demonic calamity. Damn it! It's fine. It is just life and death. Master has already seen through it. As long as we obtain the demonic bone relic, my Black Lotus Church can rise again at any time. Shao Qin looked into the distance and saw the Black Lotus Church's banner at the bow of the ship. He could even vaguely make out some figures standing at the bow. To think that a peak major primal core cultivator could not even block a palm strike from him. Surprise flashed in Shao Qin's eyes. He recalled that he had clearly killed this fellow in the fiendish demon battlefield. The first one held a demonic trident, had 2 legs, and had only 1 eye. Pooh! With a wave of his hand, Shao Qin threw a palm strike. Primal chaos, veritable essence, energy, surged out. The first thing the little monk said when he opened his eyes was to ask if the trouble had been dealt with. The little monk, who had fallen on the surface of the sea, was very weak. On the deck, Shao Qin was fighting with the 4 Vajra protectors. He was covered in wounds, and his aura was weak. He could not unleash his full strength. Set the formation. The bowstring vibrated and space collapsed. However, the 4 guardian deities were not injured at all. They landed firmly on the surface of the sea. Master, a soul tool was on a completely different level from an inherited Tao tool. Black Lotus Church. On the throne, the Black Lotus sect venerate Shao Qin remained expressionless, not surprised at all. I already said long ago that the best opportunity to kill him would be when he first arrived in the Great Thousand Realms. Once you miss it, the longer it takes, the more troublesome it will be. In the short span of 2 years, Shao Qin had actually grown to such a terrifying level. The little monk who executed the touching demon, subduing imprint, burst out with a Buddhist light that did not belong to his realm and cultivation. Shao Qin locked his gaze on the Black Lotus sect venerate who sat on the throne. Then he snorted coldly and quickly charged over. Worry appeared on the Black Lotus sect venerate's face. The other guardian deities and the black-clad Arhat all showed anxious expressions. This disciple has failed. The cold mask obscured Shao Qin's expression. Only his eyes shone with a terrifying golden light as he looked at the surroundings. When the vertical eye opened, a demonic light shot toward Shao Qin. The strong palm wind swept through the deck like a hot knife through butter. The black-clad Arhat immediately shattered all the bones in his body, unable to put up any combat prowess. Master, the karmic flame had already extinguished. However, the injuries inflicted would not recover in a short time. Stubbornness flashed in the Black Lotus sect venerate's eyes. It seemed like flames flashed in his pitch-black eyes. Even this Black Lotus sect venerate was much weaker than the Black Lotus demonic ancestor of the demonic world. Shao Qin turned his head back to look. When he saw this scene, his expression changed slightly. He looked around and saw that he had already returned to the ash-gray sea. The activation of his great, desolate Ian bloodline had a limit. After the limit, his injuries would worsen. Good timing. Damn it. I'm about to die and you still ask this? In that instant, the Black Lotus sect venerate unleashed the might of a sovereign descending upon the world. A terrifying Buddhist seal instantly surged out, and the black cutlass exploded into pieces. However, at this moment, it was not worth mentioning to Shaoqin. It's you. Kill. The expression of the holy Sun Mingxian, who was beside the Black Lotus sect venerate, changed slightly. Incredulity appeared in his eyes. However, the holy Sun Mingxian only had 3 seconds. He had to kill this Black Lotus sect venerate in 3 seconds. Purple flames burned on the tyrant's saber. When Shao Chen swung his saber and thrust, the one-eyed demonic figure instantly exploded. It's not your fault. This time, no matter what, he will not be able to escape. The holy Sun Mingxian still remembered that these black-clad arhats were all boundlessly strong back in Purple Sun City. The holy Sun Mingxian felt ashamed as he quickly lowered his head. With injuries piling on top of injuries, he would fall on his own before the Black Lotus sect venerate even made a move. Without a sound, the terrifying Black Lotus demonic ancestor exploded into countless pieces, turning into black lotuses that floated in the air. The Black Lotus demonic ancestor nearly shattered the Yazid beast demon soul with a palm strike, and the ship suffered damage in many places. Shao Qin clenched his teeth, hatred burning in his heart. He did not hold back and fully activated his blue dragon bloodline. The holy Sun Mingxian frowned slightly and stepped forward, wanting to make a move. The divine concealment arrow had already entered the Black Lotus evil ancestor's body and exploded instantly. The Black Lotus sect venerate's eyes were as pitch black as ink. He gave off a terrifying aura, but he was extremely weak, looking like he would be blown away by the wind at any moment. Moreover, he was extremely weak, much weaker than Shao Qin himself. However, he didn't have any time to waste. Once the effect of the bloodline power wore off, he would be killed. As Shao Chen looked at the Black Lotus sect venerate on the throne, old and new grudges surged forth. Boundless murderous intent flared in his eyes. He looked around and found the little monk floating on the surface of the sea. The little monk had already fainted. Boom! Shao Qin remained calm and unperturbed. When Shao Qin looked around, he saw a black ship blocking the way to the Transrealm Transportation Formation. However, Shao Qin could not wait any longer. When he saw a rather large crack, he carried the little monk and leaped out. Shao Qin could place all the blame on Shao Qin. The rebound from the god shadow reverberated in Shao Qin's body, causing him endless pain. What was even more unbearable was that he had drained most of his soul energy, making him look incredibly weak. Shao Qin unleashed a peak strike with his weakened body. The 4 great guardian deities before him were not worth mentioning at all. Sect Venerate. The moment the two leaped out, a wave came crashing over from the surface of the sea, crashing into them. The holy Sun Mingxian led the way. A faint white Buddhist light spread out from his body, making him stand out among the black Buddhist lights. The holy Sun Mingxian took the risk of drawing the god shadow bow, draining his soul energy. The god shadow bow rebounded, injuring his physical body again. 7 kill seal, resolving the mundane die. After putting down the little monk, Shao Qin could not be bothered to repair the ship. He turned the ship around and quickly fled far away. Now, Shao Qin actually appeared alive again. Capture him. The 4 great guardian deities and 100 black-clad arhats soared into the air and charged towards the black cutlass. The holy sun Ming Xian asked worriedly, "To think that he can break through the demonic world's hell. After him, we must catch up to him. This is the last chance to capture him. Otherwise, there will never be another chance." Black Lotus Sect Venerate. After the many black-clad arhats boarded the ship, they immediately launched themselves at Shao Qin. "I can't escape." However, the Black Lotus Sect Venerate pulled him back. "That ship is somewhat strange." The ship moved amid the treasure light, completely ignoring the influence of the ash-gray sea's huge gravity. It moved like a beam of light, moving quickly. Shao Qin turned around and protected the little monk, using his back to block the heavy strike of this wave. In the time it took for a spark to fly, Shao Qin took out the death god mask and wore it. When the demonic light shot over, a ripple-like black light appeared on the mask and dissipated it. Right after the Black Lotus Sect Venerate spoke, he suddenly made a move. He lowered his right hand and stuck his thumb and middle finger together, forming a miraculous hand seal. As the Black Lotus Sect Venerate chanted scriptures, a beam of Buddhist light suddenly descended from the sky, illuminating a treasure path in front of the ship. After the god shadow Bao fired the arrow, Shao Qin ignored his weakness and immediately leaped towards the little monk. After all, the weakest of the 4 guardian deities was a peak early stage Star Venerate. The strongest guardian deity was a late stage Star Venerate. Guardian deities, black-clad arhats, bring him over. Oh no! Quickly attack! In the demonic world's hell, that horrifying Black Lotus demonic ancestor used karmic flames to burn Shao Qin to death. Shao Qin blamed himself as he looked around. The demonic world's hell was crumbling bit by bit. Everything was fated to gather on this person. However, every Black Lotus had a layer of heart flame that could not be dispelled, preventing them from reassembling. Shao Qin swung his saber, appearing eternal and inextinguishable. In one breath, he killed the 4 guardian deities. A golden light flickered in Shao Qin's eyes, and his declining aura instantly soared to the limit. However, even when the 4 guardian deities worked together, they were at a disadvantage from the start to the end, completely suppressed by Shao Qin. The thousands of black lotuses continuously gathered, trying to reassemble the Buddha image. Pusi! The sudden killing move caught Shao Qin off guard, sending him flying. Big brother, is the demonic ancestor destroyed? Shao Qin was just about to get up anxiously when the 4 guardian deities appeared and surrounded him again. The expressions of the 4 guardian deities changed drastically. They quickly charged at Shao Qin, not holding back their killing moves at all. Pusi! Pusi! Shao Qin vomited a few mouthfuls of blood on the surface of the sea. Only the skeleton of the black cutlass remained. With a wave of his hand, Shao Qin collected it into his storage ring. Shao Qin's figure flickered on the surface of the sea. Then he leaped and landed on the dilapidated black cutlass. When he formed a hand seal, he slowly pushed it forward. That is, wearing the death god mask, Shao Qin activated the tyrant saber's full might and broke through the 9 demonic images before landing on the ship. With just a slight pull of the bowstring, Shao Qin shattered the Black Lotus demonic ancestor's Buddha image. Pusi! Shao Qin vomited a mouthful of blood as he tumbled a few times in the air. On the Black Lotus Church's ship, a withered old man on a lotus throne held a cracked Black Lotus demonic ancestor sculpture and vomited a mouthful of blood. The Black Lotus Church's Sect Venerate revealed a strange smile on his throne, as if he had seen through all of Shao Qin's trump cards. Doubt flashed in the holy sun Ming Xian's eyes, but he did not ask. There were many things that his master would not say. Even if he asked, it would be pointless. Blood flowed on the saber's tip and slowly dripped down. A terrifying demonic nature flickered in Shao Qin's golden eyes. Then the fragments turned into a blood mist spreading in the air. The blood mist could only scatter in the surroundings, slowly being consumed by the heart flame. Right now, the little monk's fate was unknown. If something happened to him, he would blame himself for life. Chapter 1839. 3. One of the Death God Mask's secret techniques, Void Shadow, appeared. The attack that the Holy Sun Ming Xian had been preparing for a long time struck the immaterialized Xiao Chen's body with terrifying demonic might. The Holy Sun Ming Xian revealed a horrified expression as he passed through Xiao Chen's body. This peak strike did not stop Xiao Chen for even a moment. The Black Lotus Sect Venerate's smile did not fade as he continued to look at Xiao Chen coldly. He did not make a move, nor did his expression change. 2. One of the Death God Mask's secret techniques, Mask Clone, appeared. A masked clone appeared in the air. When the secret technique was executed, Xiao Chen felt like his body split in two. No matter which one was destroyed, the other one would retain its strength and consciousness and continue living. Xiao Chen finally understood why sovereign personages could not distinguish the real from the fake. It was because both were real. 2 seconds passed. After passing through Ming Xian's obstruction, Xiao Chen was only 100 meters from the Black Lotus Sect Venerate on the throne. Xiao Chen locked onto Xiao Chen's aura, drove his veritable essence energy, and layered his great Tao energy. His dragon might soared to its peak. Xiao Chen waited for the final second to arrive. Under the mask, Xiao Chen showed a grave expression, revealing a pair of great, desolate, divine eyes. However, there was only a cold, murderous intent and a strange, demonic nature, nothing else. How long could 1 second be? 1 breath, 1 blink. The moment one raised one's head, the moment one took a step, the moment one opened one's mouth, the moment one thought, 1 second passed by. However, in the eyes of experts, 1 second was enough to do many things. One could soar into the air and flee far away. One could swing 100 times. One could kill countless people. One could think of many things. One could do many, many things. The Black Lotus Sect Venerate only did one thing. He stood up from the throne. Some people stood up because they were tired. Some people stood up because they wanted to leave. Some people were simply restless. However, some people stood up for only one reason. They wanted to fight. Boom! Just as the Black Lotus Sect Venerate stood up again, a strong battle hunger surged out of his body and soared into the clouds. Then it turned into a fierce flame that burned half the sky. The clouds were burning, and flames filled the sky. This battle intent was pure and simple, domineering and direct, and it caused the entire space to be locked down. The 2 clones were forced to a halt in front of him. Xiao Chen's thoughts froze. He couldn't move, he couldn't speak, and he couldn't think. The Black Lotus Sect Venerate slowly stretched out his hand. However, just as he was about to touch Xiao Chen, his hand slowly approached Xiao Chen. However, just as the Black Lotus Sect Venerate was about to touch Xiao Chen, the lower half of his body suddenly ignited. His hand stopped before Xiao Chen's forehead forever. The Black Lotus Sect Venerate revealed a bitter smile as he said softly, "In my life I have fought sovereign emperors, sovereign personages, and killed countless holy venerates. However, I have never fought a star venerate before. You should be proud, Master." When the Holy Sun Ming Xian saw this scene, he cried out hoarsely in pain. He quickly ran over, wanting to grab the Black Lotus Sect Venerate's hand. However, before the Black Lotus Sect Venerate could touch the remnant warmth in his hand, he turned into ashes. Then he silently glanced at Ming Xian. The Black Lotus Sect Venerate's gaze was filled with anticipation and love. However, he could not continue looking. He only glanced at the Black Lotus Sect Venerate, who once moved unhindered, able to escape unscathed under the suppression of the 4 Buddhist temples. The Black Lotus sect vanished from this world forever. Only the blazing fire that burned half the sky proved the Black Lotus sect venerates glory and past. Whoosh! The 2 clones landed on the ground and merged back into one. The great, desolate Ian bloodline ended, and Xiao Qin vomited a mouthful of blood. Injuries piled on top of injuries. Xiao Qin weakly fell to the ground. He did not know whether he won or lost. The holy Sun Ming Xian knelt on the ground and silently chanted scriptures. His spotless, untainted body gave off an incredibly pure Buddhist nature. Xiao Qin held a stalk of sword monarch grass in his hand. If he attacked at this moment, the sword monarch grass's might would not allow him to escape. With the sword monarch grass's might, the holy Sun Ming Xian would definitely die. In the end, Xiao Qin did not make a move. Then he slowly stood up and left this place, landing on the surface of the sea. When Xiao Qin looked around, the surroundings were a mess. The corpses of the Black Lotus Church's protectors and arhats floated on the surface of the sea. Their blood mixed with the seawater, forming a pungent smell. That smell was tragic and stirring. The Black Lotus sect was a declining sect, a faction that once stood on equal footing with the 4 Buddhist sections. Now, only 4-star venerates and more than 100 major primal core venerates remained. Then they all died here. That person fought his entire life and died standing. Yi Zifeng's senior brother had said clearly not to make a move for 10 years. That person had staked everything on one throw and ended up in such a state. The blazing flame in the sky continued to roar. The waves surged and roared endlessly. The holy Sun Ming Xian piously chanted scriptures, and Buddhist sounds drifted out. The blazing flame was the Black Lotus holy venerate's laughter after he broke free. The waves were the cries of the souls of the sect's heroes. The Buddhist sounds were blessings and prayers for the next life. Some people were laughing, some people were crying, and some people were chanting scriptures. Xiao Qin ignored them. He slowly walked towards the little monk's body in the seawater. Xiao Qin's weak body swayed as he held the tyrant's saber. His footsteps were slow, as if he would drown in the huge waves at any moment. However, even though this heart had been hurt by parting, it did not fear death. Wearing white robes and holding a saber, he would let the wind and waves surge through this life. When a cold wind blew, Xiao Qin's thin body felt somewhat cold. When he looked up, sunlight shone down, welcoming his footsteps. Xiao Qin glanced back and saw that the wind had stopped and the waves were gone. The bodies of the Black Lotus Church members floated quietly on the desolate sea. The blazing flame in the sky extinguished. On the ship, the white-robed holy Sun Ming Xian looked coldly at Xiao Qin. New grudges and old grudges would be settled today. However, Xiao Qin did not feel any joy or sorrow at this moment. He only glanced at the person at the bow of the ship before silently turning around. Xiao Qin raised his leg and did his best to leap up. Then he landed beside the little monk and picked him up. The scarlet ring on Xiao Qin's finger turned into a flash of red light. The demon blood vulture carried the 2 over the ship, continuing towards the trans-realm transportation formation. Xiao Qin held the little monk's right hand and checked his pulse. His aura was weak, and his life force was indistinct. The little monk's life force was slowly fading. The demon's subduing ground-touching imprint was a horrifying Buddhist sect secret technique. It was the strongest seal that the Gautama Buddha left behind before he became a Buddha. Only the abbot or holy monk of the 4 great Buddhist temples could use it. Xiao Qin did not know where the little monk found the courage to execute it. Furthermore, he succeeded in doing so. However, the little monk had not expected that the price was not something that an insignificant novice monk could bear. The little monk also forgot that his physical body was already extremely weak from the torment of the karmic flames. The sins on the little monk's body were even more terrifying than Xiao Chen's. Holding the Buddhist sect's monk saber, he was destined to spend his life killing, living in sin. Xiao Chen showed a helpless expression as he took out the mutated fruit that he obtained from the stone pillar with the divine flame. Originally, he had been saving it for when he went to the divine dragon empire. Now he had no choice but to use it. I really owe you in my previous life. After opening the little monk's mouth, Xiao Chen muttered and fed the little monk this strong and mysterious mutated fruit. The instant the mutated fruit entered the little monk's body, his blood immediately surged. The originally weak signs of life became like that of a ferocious beast. The little monk's pale complexion also turned red. The better the effects, the more heartache Xiao Chen felt. Originally, he should have consumed it. However, it did not matter. It was sufficient as long as he could survive this tribulation. It was good that he was alive. Only by being alive would there be hope. Only then could he have everything. When Xiao Chen looked back, the flames in the sky had already completely vanished. The burned clouds gathered once more. The final traces of the Black Lotus sect venerate in the world were gone. However, just at this moment, a Buddhist might surged out from that direction and soared into the clouds. Countless black lotuses descended from the sky, and Buddhist chanting spread in all directions. Even when it reached Xiao Chen, he could still hear it lingering. After a moment of comprehension, he became insufferably arrogant. Xiao Chen knew that the Black Lotus sect venerate was already dead. However, he now had an enemy even more terrifying than the Black Lotus sect venerate. Xiao Chen also understood why the Black Lotus sect venerate looked at the Holy Sun Mingxian in the end. More importantly, the Black Lotus sect venerate did not want the Holy Sun Mingxian to make a move, as Xiao Chen still had means to perish together with the Black Lotus sect venerate. Only by living would there be hope. Chapter 1840. Xiao Chen shifted his gaze to the back. The Black Lotus sect venerate was already dead, leaving only the Holy Sun Mingxian. However, the doubts in Xiao Chen's heart had not been resolved yet. Why did the Black Lotus sect spend so much effort to capture him? Furthermore, that Black Lotus sect venerate clearly had many old injuries. 1 year ago, Yi Zifeng left him with new injuries, preventing him from fighting for 10 years. However, the Black Lotus sect venerate still forced himself to fight. First, he summoned the Black Lotus demonic ancestor. Then, he destroyed his Black Saber demonic ship. Finally, when the Black Lotus sect venerate was forced to stand up, he exhausted all his life force and would definitely die. Under the suppression of the righteous Tao, the Black Lotus sect, which was like a stray dog, did not hide its strength and bide its time. Instead, it chased after Xiao Chen. Why did the Black Lotus sect spend so much effort and time to lay a trap in the Kunlun realm? Perhaps this mystery would forever remain a secret. However, there was good news. The Black Lotus sect venerate was already dead. In that case, there might not be any more restrictions on the Kunlun road in the Kunlun realm. It would probably be easier for Xiao Chen to return in the future. Even if his old friends in the Kunlun realm wanted to come out, they would not end up like Senior Xiao did, dying 9 times out of 10. Xiao Chen collected his thoughts and checked the little monk's condition. After Xiao Chen consumed the mutated fruit that he obtained from the stone pillar with the divine flame, his complexion gradually improved. It seemed like he had even undergone some sort of transformation. This little monk seems to be getting more and more inexperienced. Xiao Chen found it strange that the originally inexperienced little monk's eyebrows and eyes had yet to fully open, had undergone a startling change. In just a short moment, the little monk's face actually started to grow in the opposite direction. What a strong mutated fruit! It was likely that this was the heavenly treasure that Elder Chai dreamed of using to extend his life. That was not right. It was not extending his life. It was growing in reverse. While it improved his bloodline, it also changed the foundation of his physical body. This was truly astonishing. How unfortunate. If Xiao Chen had consumed it himself, his strength would have improved further. However, it would have been best if the little monk was still alive. Compared to becoming stronger and exchanging for the little monk's life, Xiao Chen was very clear on what was better. Seeing that the little monk was safe, Xiao Chen relaxed and started treating his injuries. The karmic flame burned his sins, injuring the foundation of his physical body. His soul energy was greatly depleted and would be hard to recover in a short time. He closed his eyes and adjusted his breathing. 6 hours passed, and his true essence revolved in a large circle. Xiao Chen's spirit improved slightly. Opening his eyes, Xiao Chen exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. His injuries would probably take some time to recover. The main problem was that the karmic fire had damaged the foundation of his physical body. He was already lucky to be able to survive. Karmic fire was not something that ordinary people could control. It was similar to the faintly discernible objects in myths and legends. Furthermore, it did not have much power against ordinary martial artists. The sins of ordinary people would not be able to ignite their sins. Xiao Chen and the little monk were 2 exceptions. Hey, when did I get a kid? Xiao Chen was shocked to discover a child on the demon blood vulture's back. He looked to be about 6 or 7 years old. He was bald and wore a large monk's robe. After being stunned for a moment, Xiao Chen reacted. It was the little monk, Yan Chen. His fleshly body returned to its childhood. However, the feeling he gave Xiao Chen was that he had become even stronger. Yan Chen's aura was very deep and heavy. This is too heaven-defying. Xiao Chen felt incredibly shocked. Although Xiao Chen did not know what benefits the little monk obtained, just this change alone caused him to regain his youth. Regaining his youth. Even a sovereign personage, no, even a divine Vane Realm sovereign emperor could not do it. If this happened to them, they would wake up laughing even in their dreams. Xiao Chen thought about the Black Lotus sect venerate. If he obtained this mutated fruit, not only would he be able to get rid of all his old ailments, but his physical body and bloodline would also be strengthened. His physical body and bloodline could also be strengthened, and the reversal of his physical body's origin was equivalent to being reborn. Just thinking about it made one tremble in fear. If Xiao Chen auctioned this mutated fruit, he would immediately obtain a divine Vane Realm sovereign emperor, who surpassed sovereign personages as a helper. The loss was too great. Xiao Chen could not bear it. However, when the sky turned bright, Xiao Chen woke up. After being stunned for a while, he revealed a playful smile. There was no more. The loss was too great and his heart ached. A tender baby appeared on the demon blood vulture's back. The baby appeared sleepy, with delicate facial features and a shiny bald head. It was as cute as it could be. Fortunately, I did not eat it. Otherwise, I would not know how to face Lu Riyue. This scene was too beautiful. Xiao Chen smiled bitterly and shook his head, not daring to think about it. Xiao Chen checked the little monk's body and noticed that the reverse growth finally stopped. Otherwise, if it continued to grow in the opposite direction, it would be quite troublesome. However, it seemed like the problem was already very big now. How should I explain it to him after I opened my eyes? What a headache! Boom! Suddenly, the demon blood vulture seemed to be greatly shocked. It shook intensely, nearly flinging Xiao Chen and the little monk off. Damn! Don't scare me. Master, you gave birth? Suddenly, the demon blood vulture's voice rang out in Xiao Chen's mind. It turned out that it wanted to slack off. Xiao Chen closed his eyes and flew for an entire night. As he flew, he fell asleep. When the demon blood vulture opened its eyes, it discovered a baby on its back. It nearly fell off in fright. Xiao Chen's lips twitched involuntarily. He asked coldly, "Could your father have given birth to you?" "How can that be? How could my father have given birth to me?" The demon blood vulture did not even think about it, decisively denying it. Uft! Xiao Qin could not help laughing. Indeed, it was a silly bird. It turns out that you are not his. No wonder your father sold you to me. That's not right. That's not right. My father gave birth to me. My father gave birth to me personally. When the demon blood vulture heard that, it immediately retorted. This matter concerned the dignity of its bloodline and could not be spoken carelessly. Ha! Xiao Chen smiled but did not say anything. That's still not right. My mother gave birth to me. It has nothing to do with my father. Ha! Xiao Chen guffawed endlessly. This silly bird was so silly that it was cute. Stop laughing. My father gave birth to me. It has nothing to do with my mother. That's right. The demon blood vulture paced around, thoroughly confused. It spoke until it nearly cried. When Xiao Chen saw the situation, he smiled softly and said, Your father and mother gave birth to you. Right. That's right. Ha! This great me is really smart. I figured it out in an instant. When the demon blood vulture heard that, it immediately beamed with joy and roared ferociously. However, master, you still did not say who gave birth to this baby. Xiao Chen was still thinking about how to explain to the little monk. He felt that this silly bird was incredibly stupid. He said, helplessly, There are only the three of us here. Who do you think I gave birth to? Just the three of us. Suddenly, horror filled the demon blood vulture's heart. Aside from the little monk, there is only me. Could it be that while I was asleep, what are you thinking about? Xiao Chen heavily patted the demon blood vulture's head. This is the little monk. He ate a mutated fruit, which is why he became like this. That's good. The demon blood vulture heaved a sigh of relief. Then it suddenly recalled that the little monk had turned into a baby. Then it started cackling strangely again. Master, I'll help you take care of him. Go to the side. After another day, an island appeared below Xiao Chen's vision. According to the little monk, the Transrealm Transportation Formation was on the island. Given the little monk's condition, Xiao Chen could only send him back to the temple first. Xiao Chen gently pushed off the demon blood vulture's back, turning it into a ring and restraining it on his back. Xiao Chen looked at the baby-like little monk. Then he stretched out his hand, and a few saber lights shot out. Then he turned the little monk's originally large monk robes into a small backpack. Then he hung the other party around his neck. Xiao Chen descended from the clouds and looked down at the island below. Soon the island appeared in his vision. The city on the island was vast and large. When Xiao Chen probed it, he could sense the auras of many experts. There were many star venerates and holy venerates. He could even vaguely sense the auras of sovereign personages lying dormant. Whoosh! Xiao Chen landed firmly at the city gates of the city. When he looked up, he saw the words Withered Leaf City above the city gates. In that instant, several gazes immediately landed on Xiao Chen. They pointed at him and whispered to each other, Haha, there's so many strange things these days. To think that he is traveling around with a child. Is he not afraid of the dangers of the world? There are many demonic Tao sects and demonic Tao powerhouses who collect infants to refine ghost penance. This person does not look like a demonic Tao cultivator. Interesting. The people whispering did not have any fear. Xiao Chen heard all of it. He did not think too much about it as he headed straight for the city gates. After paying the entrance tax, the leader of the city guards could not help giving Xiao Chen another glance. Sir, please wait a moment. Xiao Chen maintained his vigilance. He turned around and asked, My lord, what's the matter? The leader smiled amiably and replied, It's nothing. It's just that I rarely see people bringing children to my withered leaf city. I have one more question. Would you like to leave your name? Xiao Chen smiled faintly and retorted, If I don't say it, you won't let me in. That's not necessary. In that case, there was naturally no need to say it. Goodbye. Shao Qin turned around and left. He entered deep thought. This leader of the city guards was somewhat strange. After Shao Chen went far away, the leader's expression changed slightly. He called someone over and whispered, "Send people to monitor this bladesman at the highest level. Do not alert him and expose him." Yes. After the subordinate left to carry out the order, the leader left the city gates and rode his horse, heading for the city lord's residence. When the leader arrived at the city lord's residence, he took out his medallion and quickly entered. Along the way, he passed many checkpoints. Finally, he arrived at a heavily guarded pavilion in the city lord's residence. Please inform City Lord Liu that the leader of the city gates, by phone, has something important to report. Someone passed on Bai Feng's message. After a while, the leader received permission to enter. In an elegant room in the pavilion, a gray-robed old man sat and drank tea. He exuded a dignified might, exuding might without being angry. Bai Feng, if there is nothing important, you would not have come personally to report. Speak, what is the news? The gray-robed old man asked calmly as he put down the teacup with a gloomy expression. Reporting to City Lord, this subordinate just discovered someone suspected to be the white-robed bladesman at the city gates. Bai Feng performed a cupped fist salute and reported respectfully. The eyelids on the gray-robed old man's calm face twitched. Is it the white-robed bladesman Shao Qin who suppressed the three great demonic Dao sects and obtained the scarlet blood race's inheritance? This subordinate does not dare to be sure. He was carrying a baby on his back, which is somewhat different from the rumors. I only sent people to monitor him carefully and did not act rashly. The gray-robed old man waved his hand and said, "Quickly withdraw them. If it really is that white-robed bladesman, it will be hard for you not to give yourself away." That's not right. It's already too late. That's all then. I will remember your contribution in this matter. Leave the rest to me. Thank you, City Lord. After Bai Feng withdrew, the gray-robed old man revealed a smile. Interesting. The entire demonic Dao sects of the Ash-Gray Sea are searching for you. To think that you actually came to my place. You are probably here for the Transrealm Transportation Formation. Chapter 1841. However, he didn't care too much about it. In his hands, it was only a matter of time before the imprint was dissolved. His joy was indescribable. In the City Lord's mansion, there should be even more powerful existences in seclusion. But right at this moment, something unexpected happened. He looked at Shao Qin and said with a smile, "Young Master Shao is indeed a straightforward person. You are also a smart person. This old man admires your boldness." Even if he knew that he was going to die, he would still fight for it. Otherwise, how unwilling would he be? It made him feel extremely comfortable, and his entire body felt refreshed. He felt that his strength had instantly increased by quite a bit. The withered leaf city master casually flipped through the demonic cloud heaven swallowing technique, then solemnly closed it and casually put it aside. To be able to confirm his identity so quickly, the withered leaf city Lord Manor was indeed impressive. In the next moment, thousands of holes appeared on his body and dazzling sword lights shot out from every hole. Only Bai Feng, Shao Qin, and himself were left in the room. For a moment, not only was he overjoyed, but he was also incomparably proud of himself. He was the youngest leader of Withered Leaf City and the most trusted subordinate of the city lord. He was in charge of one of the city's three main guards, the city guards. This untalented Bai would like to ask young Master Shao to bestow a treasure to me. Therefore, you still have to give me a supreme treasure to make up for the pressure I've endured and the losses I've suffered. Furthermore, he also vaguely felt that he had gone too far. He felt somewhat guilty for bullying a junior like this. The moment this person appeared, it immediately caused a wave of low exclamations in the inn. With an excited expression, Zhang Xian quickly flipped through the secret manual. The more he read, the more shocked and excited he became. One could clearly sense that the style of the city was completely different from the other cities. After confirming Xiao Chen's location, Xiao Chen immediately brought him over. This was to avoid trouble if the other factions found out about Xiao Chen's whereabouts. Dong dong dong. The demon blood vulture's belly swelled up, and demonic qi surged from its body. It cackled strangely as it continuously refined the withered leaf city lord in its belly. The little monk in the bag had yet to wake up. Xiao Chen did not know why. I bet he's going to suffer. They truly lived up to being supreme treasures, left by the Scarlet Blood Pirate King. Every one of them was so mesmerizing. It had to be said that it was a little dreamy and he was a little ethereal. It was a treasure that no one had managed to obtain, but Zhang Xian easily obtained it with just a few words. The withered city lord's eyes lit up. What a domineering beast core! If a magical pet were to consume it, it would immediately undergo a complete transformation. He was overjoyed as he thought about how the three demon sects had spent so much effort and lost so many people. All sovereign personages would fight to the death to obtain the supreme treasures they possessed. Once, there was a middle-stage star venerate expert of the demonic Dao sect who behaved atrociously in the city. After 10 moves, that middle-stage star venerate expert died. Demonic Dao cultivators had always been arrogant and unruly. If there was even the slightest conflict, they would start fighting. However, the order in the city was rather stable. There were practically no signs of fighting. What a grand lineup. He doesn't look like a demonic sect martial artist. Could he be a righteous Dao martial artist? He's actually carrying a baby. The withered Leaf City lord still hadn't opened his eyes. Seeing that Xiao Chen didn't say anything, he added. Xiao Chen was deep in thought. He took off the blood-colored ring in his hand and handed it to withered Leaf City lord. Although withered Leaf City was called a city, it could be seen as a strong rank 6 demonic Dao sect. Life was full of ups and downs, and not everyone could withstand it. Xiao Chen remained expressionless as he stepped forward and put away the demonic cloud heaven swallowing art, the Qiongqi beast ghost pennant, and the blood-colored beast core. Originally, Xiao Chen had thought that the news would not spread very quickly after leaving Myriad Star Mountain. On the other hand, Xiao Chen remained expressionless and calm. Such boldness was indeed admirable. Xiao Chen's strength was unfathomable, even stronger than the leading elders of the 3 great demonic Dao sections. Xiao Chen remained expressionless and did not say anything. Then, he decisively tossed down the Qiongqi beast ghost pennant. It could only be said that withered Leaf City had an extremely strong city lord's residence that managed it very strictly. Withered Leaf City's city lord opened his eyes and stretched out his hand to receive the Qiongqi beast ghost pennant. Then he revealed a smile. You are indeed incredible, unlike those pedantic seniors who lost their lives for wealth, only regretting it when death approaches. Seeing Xiao Chen's attitude, the other customers in the hall all showed expressions of anticipation for a good show. After the matter was over, that cultivator's sect did not dare to say anything more. Before that cultivator could react, the demon blood vulture opened its jaws and swallowed him whole. However, withered Leaf City lord changed the topic and continued. However, activating the Transrealm Transportation Formation is not something that can be done overnight. If you want to activate it now, it will be somewhat difficult. The cost of repairing it after the matter is too high. This old man would like to ask young Master Xiao for a supreme treasure to offset the cost of repairing it. However, the method of operation was somewhat special. One could directly teleport to a Starry Heaven relay station. Then, using a small Starry Heaven relay station as a springboard, one could continuously teleport to the central Great Realm. By phone. At this moment, when Xiao Chen walked on the street, he found it surprisingly bustling. However, the people walking here were all demonic Dao cultivators. Xiao Chen was stunned for a moment. After some thought, he took out the remaining 6-sword monarch grass from his storage ring. Treasuring a jade ring becomes a crime. The people from the city, Lord's mansion, would probably arrive soon. However, there was one thing that left a deep impression on Xiao Qin. Xiao Qin said indifferently, not saying anything more. Xiao Qin remained expressionless. He casually waved his hand and handed over the demonic cloud heaven-swallowing art, the cultivation technique that the Scarlet Blood Pirate King cultivated. There were also those people who had been following Xiao Qin in secret since he entered the city. He did not know what they were planning. Withered Leaf City's city, Lord rejoiced at obtaining another treasure. Just as he was about to continue speaking, he found that he could not think of any good excuse. Withered Leaf City's city, Lord said indifferently with his eyes closed when he saw Xiao Qin, not exchanging any pleasantries at all. This was Xiao Qin's first time in the Ash-Gray Sea, so he did not have any enemies or grudges. Unexpectedly, he was still one step too late. Withered Leaf City's city, Lord said directly after arriving before Xiao Qin. Hence, the majestic group followed behind Xiao Qin and Bai Feng, heading for the city lord's residence in a spectacular manner. White-robed King Xiao Qin, come with me. Even the items sold in the shops were all sorts of tools and materials that demonic Dao cultivators used to cultivate, or food containing a demonic nature. How should Xiao Qin deal with this? This was a difficult problem. Goodbye. With these, Xiao Qin's strength would soar. Breaking through to holy venerate and advancing to sovereign personage was just around the corner. Just as Xiao Qin was thinking about this, a person entered the inn. It was the city gate commander, Bai Feng, whom Xiao Qin had met earlier. Bai Feng's eyes were wide open as he looked at Xiao Qin, dying with a remaining grievance. Bai Feng had watched for a long time, but did not gain any benefits at all. He felt somewhat upset. At such a young age, Bai Feng already won the trust of Withered Leaf City's city lord. Furthermore, his cultivation was unfathomable. The 6-sword monarch grass flashed with light and entered Bai Feng's body. A murderous intent flashed in Xiao Qin's heart. However, his expression did not change, and he did not say anything. It was like Bai Feng did not want others to know what happened in the room. Even the city, Lord's residence's people. Withered Leaf City, how shrewd. Although this place was quite far away from the 10,000-star mountain, and he wouldn't meet people from the 3 demon sects, what he had hoped for in his life was easily realized in a single day. However, he had purposely left a restriction in this room, isolating all information from the outside world. Bai Feng was initially unhappy, but he revealed a trace of joy when he sensed the sword intent contained in the imperial sword herb. Here. Along the way, he attracted the attention of everyone, and they discussed and pointed at him. The Withered Leaf City Lord's eyelids twitched as he received the ring. He could sense that the demonic nature contained within the ring was extremely shocking. The Withered Leaf City Lord, who was flipping through the demonic cloud heaven-swallowing art, was completely immersed in it. Who is this? How dare he speak to Commander by like this? But so what? He ran to Withered Leaf City like an idiot and was spat out all the same. The city lord of Withered Leaf City took the demon cloud heaven-swallowing art, and his hands trembled slightly. His eyes, which had been closed all this time, also opened wide. Without saying anything, Xiao Qin handed over the mysterious beast core in his storage ring. Aside from the rank 7 demonic Dao sects, only 10 cities in the entire Ash-Gray Sea had trans-realm transportation formations that led to the central Great Realm. Eat your fill before you leave. Xiao Qin vaguely felt like he could continuously devour the demonic nature in the surroundings to strengthen himself. Xiao Qin and Bai Feng left the room. However, who could have imagined that Bai Feng would show a good attitude, smiling as he sat across from Xiao Qin? To think that I took the initiative to enter this wolf's den. Indeed, if I had such a supreme treasure, I would be in Xiao Qin's position. Thinking of this, Bai Feng could not help feeling happy. He looked at Xiao Chen with a gloating expression. The withered Leaf City Lord was a swift and decisive person. It did not matter. Xiao Chen had already survived the tribulation of the Black Lotus sect venerate. He was not afraid of this tribulation. Any of the treasures that Xiao Chen handed over was a supreme treasure. After sensing for a while, Xiao Chen discovered that the Cheongqi beast ghost pennant already had Xiao Chen's spiritual mark. It is probably not enough. The white-robed Xiao Chen slaughtered the true inheritors of the three great demonic Dao sects before the three holy venerates. Bai Feng said casually, revealing all the information about Xiao Chen, expressing his purpose for coming here. Xiao Chen said indifferently, revealing a mocking smile on his face. Then he took out a medallion and handed it to Xiao Chen. Take my medallion and go to the Trans-Realm Transportation Formation in the residence. You can activate it and leave immediately. This old man will keep his word. I will take one of your supreme treasures and guarantee your safe departure. Aside from this, if you want to go to the Central Great Realm, you can go to the Central Great Realm. Or, if you do not agree, I will kill you and search for it myself. However, the world was vast. Sleeping came first and eating second. The withered Leaf City Lord received the Scarlet Beast Core and placed it beside the Cheongqi Beast Ghost Pennant. Then he said indifferently, right now, all the great demonic Dao sects in the Ash-Gray Sea are searching for news of you. Who knows how many people want to kill you? If I let you go, I will inevitably be criticized. After you leave, there is no need to care about anything. However, I will have to endure a lot of pressure. After casually choosing an inn in the city, Xiao Chen found out that the Trans-Realm Transportation Formation opened in the middle of every month. Here, Xiao Chen casually ate and drank a table full of food and wine as he muttered to himself about his fortuitous encounter. Withered Leaf City was one of them. How troublesome. Xiao Chen frowned slightly. After thinking about it, he could only assume that his experiences at Myriad Star Mountain had spread. Xiao Chen saw that more than 100 Star Venerate experts had already gathered at the inn's main entrance. Their clothes were uniform, and their eyes gleamed with killing qi. These were the elites of the army. This was how fate played with people. No matter how overwhelming one's luck was, if one was not careful, the situation could turn around in an instant. It had to be said that Xiao Chen was very astute and thoughtful. Then he casually set it aside and continued, I believe that you are here for the Trans-Realm Transportation Formation. This Cheongqi beast ghost pennant can spare your life. However, if you want to use the Trans-Realm Transportation Formation, you will have to give me a supreme treasure. This old man will get straight to the point. I cannot take the inheritance of the faux god flame. However, you have to give me one of the 8 supreme treasures that you obtained on the stone pillar with the divine flame. Otherwise, it will be very difficult for you to leave Withered Leaf City. The transportation to the Central Great Realm was not like the transportation between other great realms. Only extremely ancient transportation formations could allow direct transportation. 1 hour later, under Bai Feng's lead, Xiao Chen met with Withered Leaf City's city lord. Xiao Chen had just received the medallion when Bai Feng, who was at the side, turned anxious. It looked like Xiao Chen was about to leave. Bai Feng, who was fiddling with the sword monarch grass, showed a startled expression. Just as he was about to say something, Xiao Chen stood up and performed a cupped fist salute. Withered Leaf City's city lord's heart was already set on the supreme treasure that Xiao Chen gave him. He did not even raise his head as he said, Take care. I won't send you off. This was a peak early stage, holy venerate. It was opened only once a month, and it required an astronomical price of spirit stones. Bai Feng's gaze swept through the hall before landing on Xiao Chen. Then he walked over with a smile. Xiao Chen did not know much about Withered Leaf City. This was all he knew. Immediately, he put it on his hand and immediately felt an overwhelming demonic aura spreading throughout his body. Bai Feng's eyelids twitched as he watched from the side. He could not hide the greed in his eyes. The white-robed bladesman, carrying the infant, instantly became a mysterious person in Withered Leaf City. Chapter 1842. There was only one transboundary teleportation formation in the entire Soaring Dragon County, and it was located in a palace in the central plaza of Soaring Dragon City. The Transrealm Teleportation Formation here was not owned by the Soaring Dragon Marquis. The cross-border dimensional portal was a strategic resource. All the cross-border dimensional portals in Dynasty were controlled by the imperial family. The Yen Emperor Palace controlled, protected, and maintained them. At this moment, on the Dao platform in the Soaring Dragon City's Interrealm Teleportation Formation, countless turbulence surged everywhere. The Taoist gate, formed by the circular light screen, was extremely unstable. It was on the verge of collapse, as if it would shatter at any moment. Looks like there's a problem. The platform on the other side is in trouble. The few elders of the Wayward formation discussed in low voices, but did not panic. This kind of matter was not strange at all. It was not strange at all. The Transrealm Teleportation Array was a teleportation array that could cross countless great realms and directly teleport one to the central great realm. They were all ancient Dao platforms that were extremely unstable. They needed to be maintained frequently and carefully looked after. Even so, there were still a few failures every 10 years. I wonder which unlucky bastard encountered a malfunction in the Dao platform. How unlucky! A Saint Venerable would have a 30% chance of surviving. If it is a sovereign personage, there is an 80% chance. An old man asked, "What if it's a Star Lord?" "He's definitely going to die," the old man leading the group said with absolute certainty. Bang! As soon as he finished speaking, a white-robed man with a weak expression walked out from the broken Taoist door. He was carrying a baby on his back. Star-Lord, it really is Star-Lord. The eyes of the old men surrounding the platform were wide open. Each and every one of them was filled with disbelief. Xiao Chen wiped off the blood on his lips. Then he looked around and fixed his gaze on the leading old man. "Might I ask, Senior, if this is the Yenmu Dynasty's Soaring Dragon Marquis?" "Exactly." The red-robed old man was stunned for a moment before he nodded. Xiao Chen breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. Ignoring the confused gazes of these old men, he walked straight out. After Xiao Chen left the palace, the group of old men collected their thoughts and began to discuss among themselves. It really is a Star Venerate. He managed to come out. This is too incredible. How did he survive the spatial reversal? That is something that even holy venerates do not dare to face. The most frightening thing is that he actually successfully arrived at the Soaring Dragon County and was not transported to any other place. The leader of the group entered deep thought. Then he said, "We need to investigate this person. Immediately use the royal family's darknet to find out everything about him." Xiao Chen walked out of the palace and looked at the sky, sighing. It wasn't easy to escape from death. In retrospect, it was truly thrilling. However, things were different now. They had arrived at the Soaring Dragon Marquis, the central great realm. That was birds flying in the vast sky and fish leaping in the vast sea. Is this the central great world? Xiao Chen looked around. Apart from being more prosperous, he didn't feel anything different. The only difference was that there were more experts in the city. Star venerates like Xiao Chen, who could move about the Grave Island Sea without fear, were not common on the streets. But from time to time, he would run into one or two. Let's find a place to rest. After spending time with the little monk, his luck hadn't been good, and he kept getting injured. Xiao Chen would not believe that the little monk's body of misfortune did not affect him at all. After casually finding an inn in the Soaring Dragon Marquis, Xiao Chen locked himself in and started to recuperate. This time, Xiao Chen needed to return his body to its peak, to recover from all his injuries. Time passed very quickly. In the blink of an eye, 1 month had passed. Xiao Chen opened his eyes, and many stars flickered in them. A certain shackle in his body had been broken. His spirit, chi, and energy had improved by another level. The number of stars in his soul pool had doubled. I broke through. Xiao Chen's cultivation, which had been stuck at early stage star venerate, broke through to middle stage star venerate without any bottlenecks. It was not strange for him to break through unintentionally. Xiao Chen had been stuck at peak major primal core realm for too long. His foundation was incredibly firm. The moment he broke through, he reached peak early stage star venerate. After that, he experienced several calamities. Taking advantage of the situation to break through was reasonable. After reaching middle stage star venerate, advancing to late stage star venerate was somewhat difficult. Xiao Chen walked out of the cultivation room and arrived at the guest room. The little monk on the bed still had his eyes tightly shut. The little monk showed no signs of waking up. Xiao Chen could tell that his bloodline was undergoing some kind of rebirth. It was hard to say when the little monk would wake up. Perhaps he would wake up in the next moment. Perhaps he would not wake up for 8 to 10 years. Anything was possible. It's just a small problem. Xiao Chen smiled bitterly and pinched the little monk's cheek. Then he placed the little monk in his backpack and left the guest room. It was time to go. I had to make good use of the time to send the little monk back to the hidden spirit temple. Carrying the little monk on his back, Xiao Chen left the room. Then he found the innkeeper and paid for the room before leaving. Xiao Chen glanced around and showed a slightly stunned expression. Then his gaze landed on a handsome bladesman. However, Xiao Chen did not remember this person. What a familiar aura. This person has the dragon race bloodline and is also a bladesman. It's him. It's that Jiang, he who stole the dragon race's supreme treasure and the smiling daughter pavilion's fairy basket in the soaring dragon great realm. It was a small world. What a coincidence! Unexpectedly, Xiao Chen ran into the other party here. Xiao Chen walked over with large strides and suddenly appeared. Then he sat down across from Jiang, and placed his saber on the table. Then he picked up a wine cup and poured wine for himself. "Friend, I never treat strangers to wine." "Jiang," he said casually. When he inadvertently raised his head and saw Xiao Chen's appearance, he was stunned for a while. Xiao Chen smiled faintly and said, "Brother Jiang, we meet again." After Jiang, he recovered with much difficulty. His trademark, mischievous smile reappeared. Come. It has been 2 years since we last met. Let me see our white-robed bladesman. What improvement did you make? Wow, how scary. Your cultivation actually reached middle stage, star venerate. You really chased after me with all your might. Hey, you even have a son now. Jiang, he turned around and stood behind Xiao Chen. When he saw the baby-like little monk, he immediately felt joyful. Come. Let me carry you. Jiang, he carried the little monk out and sat down again. Then he exclaimed in surprise, "He does not look like you, little brother Xiao Chen." Xiao Chen smiled bitterly and said, "Whatever you say." Slowly, Jiang, he noticed something strange. His expression turned increasingly strange. This child is a little strange. How can he have such terrifying sins at such a young age? Xiao Chen looked around and put down his wine cup. This is not the place to talk. Let's go somewhere else. Jiang, he nodded. Let's go to the courtyard I rented. All right. After a while, the two arrived at Jiang, his courtyard. Xiao Chen gave a simple explanation of the little monk's origins. Damn, this is the little demonic monk Silver Saber? I'll return it to you. After learning about the little monk's origins, Jiang, he was startled. He quickly placed the little monk on Xiao Chen's back. Xiao Chen smiled faintly. It looked like the little demonic monk Silver Saber was indeed famous. To think that even Jiang, he feared him. He is not just famous. There are too many things about him. In the Yanwu dynasty, people might not know who the crown prince is. However, everyone knows about the little demonic monk Silver Saber. Jiang, he still felt some regret. He kept muttering to himself like a god of misfortune already haunted him. That's enough about me. Let's talk about you. Why did you come to the Soaring Dragon Marquise? You even used a disguise. Are you here to steal again? Xiao Chen was rather calm. He was already used to the little monk's existence. He did not care much about the so-called misfortune. When Jiang he heard that, he sighed. The matter of stealing the fairy basket was exposed. Now, the Soaring Dragon Marquise and the Smiling Daughter Pavilion are chasing me. That's impossible, right? Xiao Qin felt incredibly shocked. After that, he went to the Smiling Daughter Pavilion. But the other party had no clue. Jiang he frowned helplessly and said, "It's the Heavenly Book Scholar!" The Smiling Daughter Pavilion spent a lot of money to hire the Heavenly Book Scholar to perform a divination in the Heavenly Mystery Tower. Originally, I had already erased the heavenly mysteries of that time. However, I ran into the Heavenly Book Scholar who calculated all lives. I could not do anything about it, and I was discovered. So, Jiang, he showed a smile on his face. He nearly caused me to die a few times. Of course, I have to get back at him. I heard that the Night Cloud fan in the Heavenly Book Scholar's hand was his most prized possession, so I stole it for him. I showed him how great it is to scheme against me. Could the Heavenly Book Scholar be in the Soaring Dragon Marquise? Of course. Otherwise, why would I come all the way here? How about it? Do you want to meet this person with me? Jiang, he urged as he looked at Xiao Chen's face, a hidden smile on his face. Xiao Chen wondered what Jiang he was thinking. Chapter 1843. These old bones are really unpalatable. The demon blood vulture said with some dissatisfaction as it spat out a storage ring. A holy venerate, withered Leaf City's city lord was gone, just like that. The demon blood vulture swallowed him whole, not even leaving scraps. He was truly pitiful. This pitiful person definitely had something hateful about him. He was so greedy, his desires inflated. Such an outcome could be said to be his own doing and could not be spared. If the demon blood vulture only extorted a Cheongqi beast ghost pennant and then sent Xiao Chen away, this would be a fair deal. The Cheongqi beast ghost pennant was a superior grade soul tool, carefully selected by the Scarlet Blood Pirate King. Its value was very high, and the demon blood vulture profited greatly. Upon seeing the medallion, the guards looked at Xiao Chen, and their expressions changed. This was a rare VIP medallion. Without an extraordinary background, one would not be able to obtain it. "Young master, this way, please." One of the guards respectfully led Xiao Chen to the Transrealm Transportation Formation in the city lord's residence. After killing withered Leaf City's city lord and by foam, Xiao Chen showed a calm expression, not showing any openings. Instead, he even got the withered Leaf City's city lord's guard to respectfully lead him to the Transrealm Transportation Formation. It had to be said that this kind of psychological quality was not something an ordinary person could achieve. If an ordinary person killed a holy venerate, it would be impossible for it to not cause a commotion. The moment Xiao Chen stepped out of the city lord's residence, he would be discovered. The result would be death. The city lord's residence had many experts, far more than ordinary people imagined. The guard led Xiao Chen to a place in the city lord's residence that was heavily guarded with many checkpoints. As this was not the time for the Transrealm Transportation Formation to open yet, there was no one here aside from the city lord's residence experts. "Senior Ma, someone is carrying the city lord's VIP medallion and is going to use the Transrealm Transportation Formation." The guard called out when he stopped at a checkpoint. "Medallion." A cold voice came from behind the checkpoint, sounding simple and forceful. Xiao Chen took out the medallion and got the guard to bring it over. Soon he was invited over. After passing the checkpoint, a huge Dao platform appeared before Xiao Chen. It was made of ancient divine materials and gave off a faint glow. Flickering superior grade spirit jades filled the gaps of the Dao platform. The entire platform had a circumference of 1,000 meters, and its surface was carved with mysterious runes that formed a complicated formation. There were many experts near the Tao platform. The scariest ones were the 8 gray-clad old men guarding the surroundings. Without exception, they were all peak late-stage star venerates, existences comparable to holy venerates. A heavy aura floated in the air. Standing in front of this transboundary teleportation array, it made people feel an extremely uncomfortable pressure. The gray-robed man addressed as Senior Ma stood up. He was a holy venerate expert. He walked toward Xiaoqin and said, "The token is real. However, you are just an insignificant star venerate. Why did the city lord give you the VIP token?" Xiao Chen's eyes burned like torches as he stared straight at Xiaoqin. The might of a holy venerate spread out indistinctly. The pressure it gave off was extremely strong. Xiao Chen did not feel pressured at all. He retorted indifferently, "Why don't you go and ask the city lord yourself?" Senior Ma snorted coldly and tossed the token to Xiaoqin. "Humph! Don't give me that. In our eyes, the city lord is just a representative. Quickly tell us where you want to go. We will send you there directly." Senior Ma had only asked casually, not truly suspecting Xiaoqin. When he saw Xiaoqin's unyielding attitude, he dropped the matter. Xiaoqin thought for a while before replying, "The Yanwu dynasty. The Yanwu dynasty is boundlessly vast. Aside from the dynasty's capital, there are 118 provinces. Each province is as large as half a great realm. Which province or county are you going to?" Senior Ma asked somewhat impatiently. Xiaoqin did not know which province to go to. If he went directly to the hidden spirit temple, that was unlikely. A demonic Tao city definitely did not have a transboundary transportation formation that led directly to a large Buddhist sect. The two of them were sworn enemies. Soaring Dragon Province, Soaring Dragon County. After thinking for a while, Xiaoqin mentioned the only address he knew of in the Yanwu dynasty, the Soaring Dragon Marquis's conferred land. Xiaoqin recalled that Lan Luo's father, the Soaring Dragon Marquis, was the master of that province. No matter what, he would be completely safe after going to the Yanwu Great Realm. He could go anywhere he wanted. At that time, when the little monk woke up, Xiaoqin would not have to worry about him anymore. Xiaoqin wanted to go directly to the Divine Dragon Empire. However, given the little monk's situation, he could only send him back first. After all, it would be much more convenient to go to the Divine Dragon Empire after arriving in the Central Great Realm than to the Divine Dragon Empire from the Ash Gray Sea. "Send him over," Senior Ma said expressionlessly. Old Ma said expressionlessly. The 8 old men started forming hand seals together, and the magic arrays on the Tao platform activated one after another. A mysterious pillar of light soared into the clouds. After a long time, sweat continuously dripped down the 8 old men's foreheads. A circular door of light appeared in the center of the Tao platform. The light screen looked like smooth water, glowing like a mirror. Xiaoqin knew that he could reach his destination after passing through the door of light. Xiaoqin pushed off with his feet and gently drifted into the door of light. Just as Xiaoqin entered the door of light, someone suddenly rushed over with a flustered expression. "We can't let him leave." The city lord's life medallion shattered. Senior Ma's expression immediately changed. He turned around and said, "Quick! Stop the transrealm transportation formation." It's too late. The 8 old men had weak expressions as they spoke with great difficulty. "Damn it!" Senior Ma roared, and his holy venerate will surged out and crashed into the door of light. Tiny cracks immediately appeared in the water curtain-like door of light. Boom! Senior Ma was not done yet. His aura soared as he threw a palm strike. The palm strike shattered the door of light, turning it into countless figures of light. Pu Ci! The 8 old men maintaining the formations all vomited a mouthful of blood. They immediately suffered a huge backlash and fainted on the Tao platform. "Speak. What's going on?" Senior Ma shouted coldly, making the person who came to report tremble. The city lord and commander by mysteriously invited this person in today and even laid a restriction. When he came out, he brought the city lord's distinguished guest medallion. At that time, the city lord's life medallion shattered, but we did not immediately suspect him. After all, he is just a star venerate. Furthermore, Commander Bai was there. The person who came trembled in fear, speaking in a trembling voice. Doubt flashed in Senior Ma's eyes. Even if it were him, he could not imagine that the withered Leaf City's city lord would die at Xiao Chen's hands. Even now, Senior Ma did not think that the murder was Xiao Chen. However, there had to be some connection to this matter. It had to be related to Xiao Chen. Senior Ma was not satisfied with just letting Xiao Chen leave. However, the door of light shattered. Even if this fellow appeared in the Yanwu dynasty, he would not be able to escape death. However, the city lord's death would become a mystery. Chapter 1845. The Book of Lives, the Heavenly Book Scholar. Xiao Chen thought to himself, as the saying goes, the mysteries of heaven cannot be revealed. Is he really that divine? Speaking of which, the dragon-seeking art that Xiao Chen once cultivated and the divination Tao both belong to the profound Tao. Xiao Chen believed in divination of the mysteries of heaven. Xiao Chen, who had reached the peak of the Kunlun realm, had already touched upon the Kunlun heavenly Tao. From there, he could see some of the mysteries of heaven and see the future, such as his fight with Chu Chaoyan. However, even if he knew, many things could not be avoided. This was how fate worked. Xiao Chen did not believe in fate. However, sometimes fate could not be avoided. How is it? Have you thought it through? Jiang, he looked at Xiao Chen, revealing a look of desire in his eyes. He really hoped that Xiao Chen would go with him. Let's go, then. Xiao Chen thought, the little monk has mentioned this person several times. There is no harm in meeting him. Let's go. It looked like Jiang, he was already impatient to leave. The Heavenly Mystery Tower was a famous building in soaring Dragon City. After leaving the inn, one could see the towering tower in the distance when they looked up. The tower's tip pierced the clouds, and a resplendent pearl was embedded at the top. The pearl gave off electric light in all directions, adding to its mysteriousness. Xiao Chen casually waved, and the cycle war chariot appeared. Then it turned into a black chariot and quickly carried the two to their destination. While the chariot looked very close, when they actually walked, they had to cross several streets. The chariot traveled for 1 hour before finally arriving near the Heavenly Mystery Tower. Even with the cycle war chariot's speed, they still had to travel for another hour. However, they still had not left this area. This showed how vast soaring Dragon City was, somewhat inconceivably large. When the two got off the chariot, they discovered that the Heavenly Mystery Tower's doors were tightly shut. However, a large group of people gathered in front of the tower. These were probably all people who wanted to meet the Heavenly Book Scholar. Jiang, he rubbed his chin and said, "This is unfortunate. The Heavenly Mystery Tower is actually closed. Is there any other way in?" Jiang, he looked around as if he did not want to take the usual route. Xiao Chen stopped him and said, "There seems to be something in front of the door. These people should be looking at it." "Is that so? Go over and take a look." "Make way, make way." Jiang, he squeezed in without saying a word, and those who were pushed away were furious. Still, as the saying goes, one does not slap a smiling face. Hence, Jiang, he smiled apologetically, and hence led Xiao Chen to the front of the crowd. "It's a notice." There was a notice pasted on the door. It was very simple and clear. "Honored guests are here today. The Heavenly Book Scholar will not see outsiders. The Heavenly Mystery Tower will open at dusk." Xiao Chen looked up at the sky. It was not noon yet. If they waited until dusk, they would have to wait for more than half a day. What distinguished guest? Even if you do not want to meet the heavenly book scholar, you can meet the other fortune tellers. Why do you have to close your doors? This is really strange. Perhaps it really is an esteemed guest who has arrived and does not want others to know his identity. There is no lack of such major characters in Soaring Dragon City. Could it be someone from the Marquis's residence? When they saw the notice, the people from all over started talking all at once. If it was a distinguished guest, there was naturally no one in Soaring Dragon City who had a more distinguished status than the people in the Marquis's mansion. However, that was hard to say. There were many hidden dragons and crouching tigers in the Yenwu dynasty, who knew who it was, coming from afar to seek an audience with the heavenly book scholar. There had been such examples in the past. Come out first. Jiang, he led Xiao Chen out and arrived at a desolate place. Then he stared at the heavenly mystery tower and entered deep thought. Xiao Chen observed Jiang He's expression and said, "You can't be thinking of sneaking in, right?" Jiang He retorted boldly, "Of course. In my plan, I have already taken into account such a situation. When an esteemed guest arrives, it is the time to focus on divination. To me, this is a heaven-sent opportunity." Xiao Chen shook his head, not thinking much of it. Just by looking at this heavenly mystery tower, one would feel that it was not simple. Aside from the doors, there were no other entrances. The walls of the tower were tightly sealed, not leaving any gaps or even windows. It was basically impossible to sneak in without anyone noticing. Furthermore, it was currently daytime. There were many people nearby, making it even more difficult. How are you going to enter? Of course, by walking in openly. Jiang, he smiled mysteriously. Then he took out a talisman and handed it to Xiao Chen. I found this in an ancient grave. I do not know which epic it is from, but there are only 3 of them. They can temporarily immaterialize your body for 15 minutes. That should be enough for us to enter. After receiving the talisman, Xiao Chen felt slightly shocked. Your talisman is no less valuable than the folding fan in his hand. Is it worth it? That folding fan is the heavenly book scholar's lifeblood. To me, the talisman is just a tool that I can casually give away. There is no comparison between the two. Jiang, he stuck the talisman on his body. Then, Xiao Chen immediately discovered that Jiang, he vanished from before his eyes. After thinking for a while, Xiao Chen used his soul energy to activate the talisman and stuck it on his body as well. He thought to himself, using such a precious item like this is truly a waste. Only someone like Jiang He, who did not care about anything, could be so calm. Let's go. Although Xiao Chen could not see the other party, he could hear Jiang He's voice projection. He pressed forward courageously, passing through the crowd and going through the door. The immaterialized two easily passed through the door riddled with restrictions, not causing any commotion. Let's be faster. The heavenly book scholar has been performing divination on the 8th floor. The talisman only lasted for 15 minutes. They had to hurry. Otherwise, it would be problematic if they were exposed midway. Whoosh! 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 The two moved quickly, passing through many restrictions and moving under the watchful eyes of many experts. His movements were unimpeded, and he was advancing at a much faster pace than he had expected. This saved them a lot of time and brought them to the 8th floor. It's in the west. Go straight, turn left, turn right. We arrived. It looked like Jiang. He was very familiar with the situation here. In less than 15 minutes, Xiao Chen and Jiang he arrived at the room where the heavenly book scholar performed divination. 2 plain wooden doors stood ajar at the end of the path. Strange. Aren't we going to meet an honored guest? Why is there no one guarding the room? Why is there no sound coming from inside? Xiao Chen felt curious. His immaterialized body passed through the wooden doors and arrived at the heavenly book scholar's room. The furnishings in the room gave off an ancient charm, looking very elegant. There was a white piece of paper spread out on the desk, and a maidservant was grinding it. Beside her was a white-robed scholar who was fanning himself with his eyes closed. There was no one on the opposite chair. Xiao Chen wondered if the honored guest had already left, or if the honored guest had never been here. "Sit," the white-clad scholar suddenly said, revealing a smile on his delicate and pale face as he raised his head to look at Xiao Chen. "You can see me?" This startled Xiao Chen when he heard that. There was still a long way to go before the time limit was up. "Why can't I see you?" The white-clad scholar closed the folding fan in his hand and revealed a playful expression. "Ghostly shadow bandit, where are you trying to run?" Whoosh! Whoosh! 10 odd experts suddenly appeared in the originally empty room, blocking Xiao Chen's path. "Humph! You did not expect such a day to come, right? Jiang He, the heavenly book scholar foresaw that you would walk right into our trap today. Hand over my smiling daughter Pavilion's fairy basket, and my Sun Moon Pavilion's holy sky treasure mirror, and my Jiang clan's clan head's jade underworld sword. That is the only sole tool of my Jiang clan." The 10-odd people all felt indignant at this injustice, their rage unquenchable. The murderous intent in their eyes nearly spewed out as flames. Damn it, I got tricked. From the start to the end, there were no honored guests. It was just the heavenly book scholar setting up the trap for Jiang He, having predicted that he would come today. However, the one who tricked Xiao Chen was Jiang He. The heavenly book scholar had tampered with the talisman he gave to Xiao Chen. Before the time limit was up, the effects vanished. Xiao Chen said calmly, "I am not Jiang He. I am Xiao Chen." Haha, who does not know that Xiao Chen is Jiang He and Jiang He is Xiao Chen? Ghostly shadow bandit, when you stole my clan's jade underworld sword, didn't you use Xiao Chen's name? One of the old men holding a sword looked coldly at Xiao Chen, showing a mocking expression. With the heavenly book scholar here today, no matter how flawless your disguise is, you can forget about quibbling. Hurry up and hand over the treasures you stole. I can sense that my smiling daughter Pavilion's fairy basket is indeed in his hands. Just at this moment, a pretty woman in her prime looked at Xiao Chen while holding the fairy basket. She could no longer hold back her murderous intent. Good. This is great. There is no way for me to explain myself. White is black. Xiao Chen turned around and looked at the heavenly book scholar. Then he said, "Since you are known as the Book of Accounts, knowing everything, why don't you make a divination? Am I Jiang He?" Right now, Xiao Chen could only rely on the heavenly book scholar. He hoped that the other party was reliable. From the start to the end, the white-clad scholar did not say anything. However, some doubt appeared in his eyes as he looked at Xiao Chen. "You still need to make a divination? If you are not the ghostly shadow bandit, how are you going to explain the fairy basket in your hand?" "The fairy basket of my smiling daughter Pavilion's branch is just a replica. The feeling from the original in my hand cannot be fake." That pretty woman in her prime spoke in an incredibly forceful manner, looking like she wanted to take down Xiao Chen on the spot. When the others heard this, their killing chi intensified. They all looked at Xiao Chen with extremely hostile gazes. "Everyone, there is no need to be in such a rush. Once he enters the heavenly mystery tower, he will be like a turtle in a jar. He will not be able to escape." The heavenly book scholar said slowly, "Whether he is or not, I will know once I make a divination." Right after the heavenly book scholar spoke, stars flickered in his eyes. He held the fan in his right hand and performed divination with his left. As the heavenly book scholar executed his divination, the white paper on the table slowly floated up. Xiao Chen's expression changed slightly. He felt like he could no longer hide any secrets before this pair of eyes. A mysterious energy invisibly encased Xiao Chen's body. Stars flickered in the heavenly book scholar's eyes, looking like the vast and boundless starry heavens. Stars were continuously destroyed before being reborn. It was like the supreme principles of the universe were all in the heavenly book scholar's eyes. "It's really him," someone suddenly exclaimed. The white paper floating in the air slowly revealed a portrait of a person. It was the portrait of Jiang, when Xiao Chen first met him. This stunned Xiao Chen. How can this be? How can I not know who I am? That's not right. Suddenly, the heavenly book scholar's expression changed slightly. Someone had secretly tampered with the aura of the person before him. However, the heavenly book scholar was horrified to discover a horrifying existence in this person's fate. It was unfathomable and unfathomable. The heavenly book scholar wanted to stop, but it was already too late. Pussy eye. The heavenly book scholar vomited a mouthful of blood and fainted. Young master. The maidservant at the side showed an anxious expression. The portrait floating in the air burned and turned into ashes. Take him down. He wants to attack the heavenly book scholar. The situation instantly worsened. 10 odd holy venerates launched themselves at Xiao Chen at the same time. Chapter 1846. Even the ledger keeper of the common people can't find my innocence? Xiao Chen felt somewhat speechless. Then he turned his head to look at the 10 holy venerates surrounding him. What exactly did this Jiang he steal? To think that he provoked a group of holy venerates into being so unreasonable. For one to become a holy venerate, one's mental state and intelligence were clearly high. However, rage clearly got to Jiang He's head now, wanting to kill Xiao Chen first. Jiang, he definitely could not defeat 10 holy venerates. He could only defeat them with his wits, not force. Whoosh! Xiao Chen's figure flashed, and he landed behind the unconscious heavenly book scholar. Then he knocked out the anxious, pretty maidservant with a palm strike. Then he carried the heavenly book scholar's body and used it as a shield. Shameless! The group of holy venerates immediately held back for fear of harming the heavenly book scholar. Ghostly shadow bandit, quickly release the heavenly book scholar, and we can still let you die a quick death. Otherwise, it will be hard for you to die. The old man whose clan soul tool was stolen by Jiang, he cursed endlessly, feeling incredibly frustrated. Xiao Chen sensed for a while. Right now, the entire heavenly mystery tower was startled. The experts in the tower were rushing over. In fact, there were even a few extremely terrifying auras that were rapidly rushing over. This place was not suitable for them to linger. If they did, they would definitely die. Boom! Xiao Chen could not be bothered with this group of people who kept shouting at him but did not dare to step forward. Xiao Chen turned around and punched the wall. He activated 30% of his blue dragon bloodline and infused it with 20 cauldron force. A dragon roar immediately rang out, and the force of his punch blasted a hole in the wall. Whoosh! Nearly the instant Xiao Chen punched, Xiao Chen carried the little monk and the heavenly book scholar on his back and rushed out of the hole. After him, the holy venerates behind were stunned for a moment, feeling somewhat shocked. The force of Xiao Chen's punch actually blasted a hole in the heavenly mystery tower's wall. This was simply incredible. After startling to their senses, the holy venerates quickly moved and gave chase. Stay behind! A mysterious expert leaped out of the top floor of the heavenly mystery tower and chased after Xiao Chen. A will burst out from the center of his brows, which surged forward with the heavenly might. What a fellow! The person who came was a peak late-stage, holy venerate expert. Xiao Chen did not dare to clash head-on. He unfurled his blue dragon divine wings, and his speed suddenly soared, allowing him to dodge this holy venerate will in advance. He circulated the heavenly heart art, and the heavenly eye on his forehead opened. Xiao Chen took out the soul slayer bow. In the blink of an eye, he condensed arrows with his heart flame and shot out 10 odd arrows. Electric light flickered on the blue dragon divine wings. With a gentle flap, thunder and lightning roared endlessly. He pushed Xiao Chen's thunder great Dao to its limits, with his nimble body, swift speed, and the heart's fire arrow. Using his own strength, Xiao Chun blocked the many experts behind him, widening the distance between him and the other party. Who is that person? To think that he kidnapped the Heavenly Book Scholar. Aren't you meeting an important guest? Why did someone kidnap the Heavenly Book Scholar? What's going on? The Heavenly Book Scholar calculated all lives. How could he be kidnapped? Could it be that there is someone that he cannot figure out? This sudden scene immediately caused an uproar among the cultivators below the pagoda. After pulling away, before Xiao Qin could catch his breath, he felt many terrifying wills soar up from various directions in soaring Dragon City. These wills headed in the direction of the Heavenly Mystery Tower. The number of hidden experts in the city was truly terrifying. Xiao Qin quickly put on the Death God mask and activated the secret technique on the mask clone. Activating the secret technique on the mask doppelganger, the two doppelgangers landed on the ground. Then, Xiao Qin executed the secret technique again. The void mask took advantage of the instant his body immaterialized to quickly hide his true body. He used the mask to create a fake body to attract the pursuers. At this moment, no one noticed that a figure suddenly appeared at the top of the Heavenly Mystery Tower. This figure smiled faintly as he looked at the huge pearl crystal embedded in the top of the Heavenly Mystery Tower. He, this subdivine crystal is mine. This person was Jiang He. While everyone was distracted by Xiao Qin, he appeared silently. Jiang He looked at the Heavenly Mystery Tower experts and the holy venerates being chased by the other factions. Then he said, "Brother Xiao Qin, sorry. I'll explain to you later." Right after Jiang He spoke, he quickly removed the subdivine crystal at lightning speed. The instant the subdivine crystal was removed, the sky suddenly turned dark. The expressions of the experts chasing Xiao Qin's fake body changed drastically. When they looked back, they were startled. The subdivine crystal that had stood in the Heavenly Mystery Tower for more than 1,000 years was actually taken away. The crowd burst into another commotion. To think that someone dared to steal something from the Heavenly Mystery Tower. Was he not afraid of death? After stealing the Heavenly Mystery Tower's subdivine crystal, even if one ran to the ends of the world, one would still be found. One could offend many factions and experts in the Yanwu dynasty. However, everyone acknowledged that the Heavenly Mystery Tower and the Yan Emperor Palace were two super factions that could not be offended. Damn it, that's a fake body. When the crowd finally caught up to Xiao Qin's fake body after putting in all their effort, they all vomited blood in frustration. We let the ghostly shadow bandit escape again. It turns out that his target is that subdivine crystal. It looks like he has an accomplice. This ghostly shadow bandit is becoming increasingly arrogant. He is even targeting the Heavenly Mystery Tower. However, when did the ghostly shadow bandit obtain a pair of dragon wings? How come I have never seen them before? The chain of events was filled with mysteries and strangeness, confusing the group of people chasing after Xiao Qin. The Heavenly Mystery Tower turned chaotic at this moment. The subdivine crystal, which powered the entire Heavenly Mystery Tower, had been taken away. Many of the formations malfunctioned. Some formations that needed to continuously replenish energy were destroyed on the spot. The entire tower turned pitch black. Everyone felt incredibly confused. The most important thing was that the Heavenly Book Scholar, the Pagoda Master, was kidnapped. Without a leader, the situation became even more chaotic. The news of the Heavenly Book Scholar being kidnapped and the ghostly shadow bandit stealing the subdivine crystal quickly spread to the various major factions in the city. Such a major matter had not happened in soaring Dragon City for a very long time already. The Marquis's residents immediately learned of the news and reported it. Even the soaring dragon Marquis himself was startled. Xiao Qin, who could catch his breath for now, immediately brought the Heavenly Book Scholar to Jiang He's hidden courtyard. Xiao Qin had a feeling that Jiang He would return. This was because this place was the safest. The formations he laid could erase the mysteries of heaven, preventing others from divining it. After looking around the courtyard, Xiao Qin thought for a while. Then he placed the heavenly book scholar on a stool at a stone table in the courtyard. Xiao Qin placed the folding fan in his right hand on the stone table, with his back to the door. Time passed quietly. Xiao Qin closed his eyes and waited quietly. When the sky turned dark, footsteps came from outside. Xiao Qin quickly opened his eyes. Jiang He, who was in a good mood, immediately felt stunned when he pushed the door open. What entered Jiang He's eyes was the heavenly book scholar's back. He exclaimed hoarsely, "That's impossible. I already laid a bewildering formation here. You cannot possibly divinate it. You lost." The heavenly book scholar, who should have continued sleeping, suddenly turned around and waved his folding fan. The door behind Jiang He suddenly closed tightly. Flowing light spread out in the entire courtyard, and countless figures flickered. With the heavenly book scholar's fan, the bewildering formation suddenly turned into a heaven-sealing formation, directly sealing off this space. Interesting. When did you wake up? Originally, Xiao Qin had been prepared to take advantage of Jiang He's stunned state to instantly restrain him and force him to explain what had happened, to give him an explanation. If there was no reasonable explanation, Xiao Qin would not hesitate to kill the other party. Who knew? Xiao Qin miscalculated, and the heavenly book scholar woke up prematurely. Damn! Jiang He was startled by Xiao Qin's sudden appearance. He was even more shocked than when the heavenly book scholar appeared. Are you not going to explain to me what's going on with this talisman? Xiao Qin asked as he looked at Jiang He, taking out the talisman that had already lost its effect. Jiang He smiled embarrassedly. This, I'll speak on his behalf. He made a bet with me. He said that he would perfectly extract the heavenly mystery tower's subdivine crystal within 1 month. If he lost, I would help him make a divination. I divined that he would come to extract it today. However, I did not see that you were a variable. I could not tell you because I would know if I did. While I could not divine what happened to you, I could divine what happened to him. However, he did not expect you to be a variable either. Not only did you manage to escape the pursuit of so many holy venerates, but you even brought me here. The heavenly book scholar stood up and spoke leisurely. He gently fanned himself, appearing calm and collected, giving off an aura of being in control of the situation. Hence, he still lost. No one can leave my heaven-sealing formation. I have the final say in everything. Hand over the substandard god crystals and the things you stole. Pussy eye. However, right after the heavenly book scholar spoke, a hole instantly appeared in the heaven-sealing formation in the sky. Xiao Qin put down the soul slayer bow, and the heart flame on his finger vanished. Then he looked at the heavenly book scholar and said, "It does not seem as incredible as you make it out to be. A casual arrow can create a hole." Heart force? That's not right. If it were heart force, the heaven-sealing formation would have been destroyed long ago. The heavenly book scholar's expression changed. He silently circulated his divination skills, wanting to continue attacking. However, the moment the heavenly book scholar moved, he discovered a terrifying aura locking down on him. If he moved rashly, he would die in the next moment. Who has the final say now? Xiao Qin asked indifferently after he switched out the Soul Slayer bow for the God Shadow bow and aimed it at the heavenly book scholar. You. The heavenly book scholar had never felt so sullen before. After a long time, he squeezed out a word through clenched teeth. The heavenly book scholar did not miss anything. Even if a sovereign personage came, that sovereign personage would not show him any respect. Yet, the heavenly book scholar ran into Xiao Qin, who broke his heaven-sealing formation without saying a word. This was a resounding slap to the heavenly book scholar, who had just gained control of the situation. Before he could think of a solution, Xiao Qin took out a soul tool. This was truly unreasonable and extremely tyrannical. Who has lost now? Xiao Qin asked. The heavenly book scholar's expression changed slightly. However, When he saw the god shadow bow in Xiao Chen's hand, he said with a sullen expression, "Me." As the saying goes, if one admits a bet, one must be willing to admit defeat. I did not force you, right? A smile appeared on Xiao Chen's icy face. However, he did not put away the god's shadow bow, continuing to lock down on the heavenly book scholar. Xiao Chen. John, he felt warmth in his heart. Unexpectedly, Xiao Chen would still help him at this moment. Stop wasting time. Hurry up. Since I was willing to accompany you despite knowing that you wanted to steal his folding fan, I already had the intention of helping you. Now that the misunderstanding has been resolved, I will naturally help you to the end. Xiao Chen did not waste any words. He quickly expressed his thoughts and urged Jiang He. Many thanks, Jiang He said seriously. Then he walked over to the heavenly book scholar and told him about his divination.